You know, I was watching Dizzy's stream with the artist, and the artist said I had a great sense of I looked like I had a great sense of humor. And then I was like, in my mind, I was like, yeah, I do. And then Dizzy just gives like 10 seconds of silence, and I was like, Dizzy?
This is Amanagawa Sheena, everybody.
Oh, she's so cute. Wait a minute.
Just zoom into her face. Just zoom into her face.
Yeah, Dizzy, the front of her dress is missing. She seems like she's funny. She seems like she has a really, really good sense of humor.
Dizzy? What did you mean by this? Do you wanna... You have something to say? What do you have to say for yourself, Dizzy Dokuro? I've been betrayed! I've been... What was the silence? What was the silence, Miss Dizzy Dokuro? What was the silence? What do you mean by... What does she mean by this? Oh my god! Look at me! Look at me! I'm literally putting on the clown face paint! Am I a joke to you? Am I a joke to you, Dizzy Dokuro? Explain yourself! What did you mean by this? Anyways, yeah. The Chinese woman betrayal colorized. Do you really want her to answer that question? Yes, I do. I do. Am I not funny? Am I not the clown of your dreams? Drama in the Imperial Court. Yeah. Everybody.
Greetings! I am Gator, and welcome to the Anime Boomers podcast. That doing the Space Ghost intro was actually requested by our guest SinglePlayerCarl, but I think he got lost. so we decided to just go on ahead. He is the
joke is too obvious. It's too obvious. It's right there. We could make it. We won't. It's just too easy.
It's too easy to mention, that he's on
patterns.
a certain societal patterns. So I'm gonna refrain from. I'm just gonna leave that joke there, out in the field. Where... So anyway, welcome to the show. I'm Gator. I graduate next week. I've already got a thumbnail set up for it. I'll show it a little later. But I am joined, of course, by my longtime co-host, Cody of Anime Outsiders. How are you doing, Cody?
Howdy. You should have contracted me. Should have commissioned me. I could have done a picture of like the Gator character looking wistfully with backlight.
Well, it's funny.
Like it's smiling at the camera.
It's funny you mentioned that. Hold on. Let me go pull it up. It's funny you mentioned that because that's kind of the idea. That's kind of the idea I had. Hold on. Let me go see if I can go find it here.
Carl just went to grab some milk.
Right? He'll be back. He'll be back in a minute. There's so many jokes there. There's so many jokes there. Yeah, this is the thumbnail for next week. Yep, we're doing the meme. We're doing the meme.
Now, see, I could have got you like turning to the camera with a don't be sad smile on your face with like flowers and shit in the back. Backlight, little
Well, shit, we still might do it. I still might do it that way.
Remember me.
This was just my bullshit chat GPT. Like, oh shit, I need something to show him for next week. And then I guess after that episode, people will see what, like how things go from here, because the podcast isn't over. It's just, the Gator Time channel will be donezo.
Yeah.
It's not like a Niji Sanji graduation where they private all of your shit and then like your Twitter account is fucking locked.
Your persona non grata.
Yeah. And then people come out and reveal a bunch of horrible shit you did. Yeah, I guess that could be like the first thing we talk about is Aster coming back, and then all of the Niji Sanji people like finally on their past lives coming out and being like, actually, yeah, this dude was a fucking sex pest. I was honestly wondering if that was gonna happen, and then it did. It's like, yeah, they're like, yeah, it's Aster, and he did a bunch of screwed up stuff. Don't follow him.
Yeah. It's a little fucked up. He's like, I'm back. Although he has a chance to do the one good, funny thing he can do, aside from everything else terrible about him. His first stream back should be a cooking stream.
You know what? I'd have to give props to him if he did that. If he finally did the long-awaited cooking stream.
Yes.
As Ahara says, I love everyone having very known, very public alt accounts they just air all of their dirty laundry on. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? It's beautiful because you can follow all of the Niji Sanji past life accounts, and then like they just shit talk each other on them constantly. Oh, and Reimu is graduating too, so
yes. Which I'm pretty sure, like, wasn't she already kind of in the queue? Like, I forget what it was. She said something, or somebody said something that's like, yeah, she's next.
Well, she had an announcement, and I was like, oh, is she finally announcing her graduation that's been kind of hinted at forever? And then it was like, oh, actually, it was a model reveal. And I said, yeah, but she's probably still graduating, and this was the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, as our chat, yeah, it says, Reimu's been hinting about graduation since early January. Possibly even longer. Yeah. It's kind of it's been assumed that she was going to graduate sooner or later. It just happened to be a little later. But yeah, then Honestly, I'm really wondering. I really think a lot of Niji Sanji's in that queue. Oh, I like this one from Jarrett in the chat. He said, "Gator." This is for $5 Canadian. He says, "Gator's graduation will be like Emmett Selk at the end of Shadowbringers. Remember me. Remember that I once lived." That's dope. It's not really a spoiler for me because I went through and watched a bunch of the cutscenes because I'm like, this game is actually dope, but I don't want to spend the money and also lose my life to this game. I don't want this game to become my personality for the next like 6 months to a year.
See, you should still play it. Like it's amazing. Like I said, we could have done a thing. We could have done a run. You and me. I could have walked you through the wonderful world of Final Fantasy 14 until it gets bad. And then you could just quit the subscription.
That would actually be a fun gaming stream. you teaching me how to play Final Fantasy 14.
And then telling you when to quit. Like, all right.
Yeah, I was like, all right, you can skip it right now and cancel your subscription.
Right, you're pretty much done.
Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Yeah. Oh, you got the Dawn Trail. Okay, that's it.
It's like, all right. Move along here. Nothing to see here. I can go hide that because it's going to make people think this is the graduation stream. Nope. I got a week. To play through Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth or whatever. I might just do like a power through where I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna stream for like 8 hours today and just try to get through like 90% of it.
More like Final Fantasy 7 Afterbirth because it's a bunch of gross.
I was about to say because it's a disgusting jumbled mess. I think there's a piece of placenta in there.
I didn't see the stream, but I noticed Sheeta was playing it, and then she was like, "This game is so ass," but the beach scene, like I
Final Fantasy stillbirth.
Is Sheena even more based? Am I gonna have to give her more points? Is she gonna have to go up the Phase Connect tier list?
Dude, Sheena has always been supremely based. I mean, I'm not gonna play the clip because I think she asked people not to play the clip. But there was the one where she was like, "It's like no, Pippa's not that racist. Actually, I'm more racist than Pippa." And I'm like, yeah, I can understand why she wouldn't want that being clipped out of context. Good old wholesome Sheena. We love Sheena.
Yeah.
We love Sheena, don't we, Chad? We love Sheena. Silly crab woman, silly scissor seamstress woman. She's based.
She's fantastic.
Based and red pilled. Based and red crab pilled. I heard that live. It was great. Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, that's why I bought the Sheena plush from U2's. I was like, I'm slowly but surely building a Phase Connect plushie army.
I mean, if you got to get a bunch of merch and put it on the shelf, it's a lot better than other merch you could line up on your shelf.
Exactly. You know, you could be wasting all of your money on pops. Instead, it's like the meme. It's like the meme. Return with the V, return, and it's just a picture of Nindoroids and pop-up parades and plushes. Or the 50th acrylic stand. Hey, I have a lot of acrylic stands now. I got Alien Mixtures Maid Cafe one from Offkai because I didn't actually get a ticket to the Maid Cafe. It was so popular it sold out within like 30 minutes. And they had like exclusive merch there. And then Kawa was like, "Hey, we have a couple of these left over," and I was like, "Sold." Sold, done. I'm taking it. Yeah, Flork is a cool dude. Like what he's done with SVA is awesome. And he did it not to make money. He just did it for the love of the game. And that's super respectable.
Hell yeah. I still really want to get him on this podcast. He feels like he'd be a good time.
Flork would be a fantastic guest.
Yes.
I'm sure it would be equal parts entertaining, cursed, and hilarious.
We gotta find the right topic, the right thing that's going on. It's like, yes, this is the time. This is the time for Flork.
Honestly, I feel like soon would be a great time because they just had that the horse girl game stream. We could talk about the horse girl. We could talk about horse girls with Flork. Oh man,
I feel like an outsider with this horse girl shit. I'm firmly in Camp Doki Bird, where she was laughing like, "There's no gameplay. There's no gameplay."
yeah, it's literally it's like a Tamagotchi. It's like horse girl Tamagotchi. You raise and you train your horse girl, and you make her fight other horse girls. Except instead of fighting, they're racing. And then you come in last.
Compounding.
Then you come in last because your horse girl gets depressed, or it's Gold Ship and she doesn't give a shit.
The loneliness epidemic. Like, men just want daughters. Y'all just want daughters. That's all this shit is.
It's true. It's true.
This is a cry for help. You just want a daughter.
All right, we got single player Carl's popped in here. I guess he did find the milk and found his way to the show. What's going on, Carl? Welcome to Anime Boomers.
I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I had to steal the milk directly from the breast, guys.
Based.
Carl coming in like that one JonTron ad where it's like, "It's me, it's your dad. I came back. I'm back with the milk and cigarettes."
Now, what had happened was we were stuck in the drive-thru, and the car behind us decided they wanted to order a giant mess of food, and then just pulled off because they decided they didn't want to wait. They didn't get enough time to be upset at the fact that they needed to make onion rings. They asked for 5 orders of onion rings on top of our additional 5 orders that came from our coupons, and they decided that was too much.
Bro, 5 orders of onion rings? What the hell?
What are you, behind Movie Bob?
Yeah, right.
Yes. Yes, the person was fat.
You were behind
right
Big
there,
Smoke and CJ. Yeah. Jesus
Big
Christ.
Smoke and Movie Bob.
You just pull up to the cash register, and all you hear is just Patrick going, "I'll have 5 number 9s. Let me get a number 7. SpongeBob, do you think I should get the medium or the large?"
Get the large, Patrick. The large is always a better, more cost-efficient solution.
Then it comes Squidward with the, "You're gonna drink it anyways, you fat ass." Fat ass.
It's gonna go to your thighs anyway, SpongeBob.
Anyways, hello.
We're coming to Anime Boomers Theater. Thank you.
Yeah. Where everything's made up and the points don't matter. Where we're professionally unprofessional, as always.
Everything's mud up, the points don't matter, and we are influencers that influence nothing, except when we influence everything, then we are Hitler Jew Nazis.
Basically. I'm still trying to wrap my head around simultaneously being called an Israeli spy and also being called a Nazi at the same time by the same group of people, because I had I had unsolicited opinions about foreign wars.
You are on whatever side their particular schizophrenic episode has them against that day.
Yeah, it's crazy. The internet's just turned into this mess of people just like trying to come up with new words that are like, "Oh yeah, I need to describe you as the worst thing I can think of. Oh yeah, well you're my dad."
Yeah, it's pretty much just new words for either enemy or my dad.
Yeah. We have an epidemic of Sean Schimmels.
I remember when it used to be simple, just the internet was a simple place.
Just call people slurs.
We were all a version of slurs. Everybody that wasn't a slur was some type of skeptic, and the Kakistani flag was flying high in the air amongst the VidCon members. It was a simpler time.
God, oh man, that was
Chatelet, my brother.
Chatelet, my Kikarinos.
Certainly. See, what happened is that Carl. See, there's 2 Carls. See, there's Cajun Carl and British Carl now, so we have to specify which Carl we're talking about. So the first problem is that Carl Benjamin, Sargon, became a father. Or, well, I think he was already a father. I don't know. Was he a dad back when people were calling him Sargoy of Applebee's?
No, what happened is that
I thought he was, like he had a baby.
He did. But there was a like Sargon actually detailed kind of in pretty explicit detail about like his their first attempt at having a child that didn't go well, and you know, famously somebody a former associate of mine that's a piece of shit decided to make fun of it, but their unfortunate tragedy. But they did eventually like conceive and have like a kid, so he did become a father. But it was like after all that stuff had happened.
Yeah. Just to see. In his order, I believe, Sargon had a kid, then finally, sponsored by your boy, Raid Shadow Legends, they had a kid. The they on my head is Sue and Marcus Dankula had their children.
Yeah.
Inverterization literally sponsored with the ad money from Raid Shadow Legends, guys. Then June had her kid, and then somehow
get paid.
And then somehow, the universe decided, I'm going to make you a step parent, Carl. You better get ready for this shit, because this fucking character, this character growth is finna hurt, nigga.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you're saying is true, though. Like, a lot of people from that era sort of, I don't want to say grew up necessarily, but like a lot of, like, you can actually kind of see the divide where the people that the how to describe it? It's like where the people that were going to always end up being productive members of society became productive members of society, and the dumpster fire trash goblins just became dumpster fire trash goblins, but harder.
It's really strange when you think about it.
I just feel validated. I mean, pretty much everybody that I knew rubbed me the wrong way from back then ended up being
a terrible person.
Ended up, yeah. I was like, there's this mindset where you get this today, even where it's like, oh, you go after the people I hate, you are my friend, and I shall simp for you. It's like, no. Not everybody that's got the based take is quite so based. Sometimes people just know how to read the room.
Yeah, well, you see it a lot, especially recently. Like I've seen like certain people being like, oh, you know, the anti VTuber brigade or whatever. They're just like I see them starting to gravitate towards each other, like certain groups interacting with certain groups, and it's like, oh yeah, you can come on my website. It's fine. You people hate VTubers as much as I hate VTubers, and I'm just like, yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. When they break up, when they have their bare knuckle drag ass fight, it's gonna be biblical, and I'm pretty sure I know which one's not gonna survive it.
Pull up a chair.
Pull up a chair. It's a popcorn.
Like every time it happens the exact same way that the Google Plus Hangout days happen for the left wing and the right wing. It happens the exact same way every single time. Somebody backstabs somebody. Somebody tries to hostage and or kidnap somebody's broadcast. Somebody has to break up, and then in the content divorce, they end up getting the lion's share of the subscribers and or subs and or followers, and somebody else is left ruined. And the person who gets ruined is usually either the shittier person or somebody who has been framed as shitty until evidence reveals actually the other person was shitty. And then the unsung heroes of the past come back to say, I know what was happening. I was the first. I saw everything. And my experience has actually mirrored this. Because I told you about this a little bit when I approached you about whether or not I could come onto the podcast. And you were just like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Carl. And I was like,
I just remember seeing you a lot on Twitter back in the day before you got, like, what you were like that mass ban wave hit like everybody, and you were one of the people, and I was like, oh shit, that guy got banned. And then I followed you again on your new account.
Yes. So basically what has happened, because the way that it happened is I was never banned all the time. And then two things happened. The first one was specifically because of Salty DK getting banned and a bunch of Souls brand YouTubers and content creators and streamers, which is the very layman game word that they use for all of the Dark Souls content creators that have been just farming the content over the years. Peverson, Ororo, what's the other fucking person? Dropout Dragon, Chase the Bro, and a bunch of other people. Like, established they play nothing but these games type of content creators. bunch of people got salty and mad that they just were fucking wrong about something, and I kept mocking them to their face. So leftists did what leftists did back then, and they just brigade you Media Matter style. And that account got taken down, but then I got it back, and then I was able to use it for a bit before it then got cloistered again, because now that account has been hacked and stolen by somebody who calls himself Mr. 10 Inches. So
What?
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. A gay porn star took my handle, hacked it after it had been locked out because of I needed to turn off the payment structure. Because the last thing I'm gonna let a hacker do is break into my account and just start charging shit to my goddamn card. Fuck you think this was, Elon Musk? It got locked because of a issue with two-factor authentication. Because on Halloween, my woman said it'd be really nice if you could be able to get more memories for us taking him out trick-or-treating in your neighborhood, which in my dad brain converted to, you need to put more space on the card. She didn't know. She doesn't realize that men that do things, when you say things like that, I don't just ignore them. We listen to them, and we subconsciously do them like programming. So in the process of trying to do that, I ended up refactoring my phone, but my Authy authentication program's passwords properly either didn't reset correctly.
Oh yeah, because you have
something.
to transfer your authentication from one phone to the other, and if you wipe the phone, you just straight up lose them.
Yeah, so what happened was that I used the Authy system, so they have an actual account that is associated with all of your shit. But somehow there was some type of security code on it that I never placed on it that I just needed to refactor. So in order to do everything, you have to break the two-factor, and then you have to go to each account and say, hey, the two-factor got broken. Can you reset everything by email? Well, this wasn't a problem for YouTube. It wasn't a problem for Kick. It wasn't a problem even for Jagex. But guess whose dumbass automated desk that has no humans on it anymore was just, we're sorry, we can't help you. We're sorry, we can't help you. Kick rocks. Start digging in your butt, twin.
I feel like I have a Ponko clip for this. Don't be an Indian.
Yeah. Then by the time I finally reconnected the account, because like it was constantly whoever came in over the weekend checked the box and was like, oh, obviously this person's account needs to be reconnected. I had put out information that was used by a hacker between the time that I was putting the refactor authentication onto the account to break into it and steal it away, which sucks because that was my biggest follower account. But since then, there have been people that I don't know, they never listened or checked in on Caramel Cajun, which is the current account at Caramel Cajun, everyone. And they just were like, I think Carl's been posting shit, and it's like, I don't know why he's posting. It's like, guys, Carl's black. That is obviously a white man's cock.
Yeah, let's
You know,
pull.
he's just got Dick-a-Ligo.
I'm pulling up Carl's new account, not his old account. Okay, we're not. Yeah, this is his new account. It's at Caramel Cajun. Don't go to his old account. You'll just get cock.
Yes. So whoever, to the gentleman that has decided to steal my shit, I don't know why you stole my account, but I don't know, bro. Maybe you find some gay bros that actually want to see that, but I don't have that connection. So
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why your account was like, I'm a gay man looking to expose my male OnlyFans, whatever, to more people. I should hack this black nerd guy's account, and he's got the audience.
It's so weird too, because they never deleted anything off. They didn't wipe any of the tweets. So all of my historic reporting, anything I ever wrote about, anything I ever detailed, and like in long expose threads, they're all still there. You can go find them. They're still in the Wayback Machine. They're still on archive.today. But it's like, okay, this weird guy took his shit, and now it's just basically a dead profile. Which does suck, because it's like, the last thing I remember being proud about that account is that I got Memphis Wave to follow me back, and I was literally going to DM him that week to ask if I could talk to him.
Fuck, I hate when that happens.
So I have to rebuild all over again, which sucks too.
That's what happened with me on the Gator Gamer account. Like, I had so many DMs with like all sorts of creators I was going to bring onto the podcast, and then literally I got like spam flagged by like all of the retards that obsessively hate me. So they just like literally went through all of my tweets, and anytime I called them gay or retarded, they just mass flagged it and got me banned for like 2 years. 2 years on that account. And then, Saint Elon Musk decided to unban all of the based bros, and then I was like, I'm back!
I'm back, baby.
I'm back, baby! He's like, we're gonna start a new social media website with blackjack and hookers. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember, because you had like 4 or 5 like different accounts you had to keep switching to. People hated them some AO. They really tried to fuck with you guys.
Well, we rattled the industry for a bit. We were like the first ones to shake this. That's why on the AO account we kind of stopped trolling, because the job was done. We trolled to sort of call out the industry, and the industry, kind of everybody knows now. So it's like, well, hang it up. It's not like a lot of these, advocacy groups, like, oh, we got what we want. Well, we want to still get money, or in this case, clout. So let's just keep manufacturing. Nah, just talk bullshit now. There's no reason to rattle anybody anymore.
Yeah, Azahara in the chat, I remember this. He said, that happened with my account. I was talking and I had paid my artist, and that was my only point of contact with him. And Fruit's mom decided to mass report me. I remember when Fruit's mom got involved with the Fruit video that Aunt Hime did, and literally got everyone, like, mass reported literally anyone talking about it, commenting on it.
So crazy.
It's a wonder, when you got a mom like that, how you turn out to be such a great girl like Fruit.
Remember, she was the last one she was the last one out that turned off the lights at VShojo.
She's the Larry Bundy of VShojo. Like, how
Fruit's
long can I stay here for?
Fruit's mom got Aunt Hime, Curry Renji, Azahara, and like 4 other people banned. Yeah, I remember that. That was crazy. So D Rocco says, hey, thank you for your service. Oh, this is a good one. Noachi says, has Carl heard about the dating thread? And someone said, don't insult Guru Larry like that. He got my reference. Guru Larry, of course, famously being the last one out of Channel Awesome.
You're posting the entire time the thing was burning down. Arms girls growing 50 billion arms out of her spine as Nick Rekieta spins her into a fucking spin cycle.
Into a windmill of peace.
Why'd you have to do the fucking ad, Nick? Why couldn't you have just been a law feeder? Now Legal Eagle has to pick up your sword.
No, now it's Legal Mindset.
Yeah, Legal Mindset is the Giga
Right,
Chad lawyer.
Right. You're right. I'm confusing my legal channels.
And
That's
see, this
the one
time
who was responsible for bringing down the white woman.
Right. Yeah, and see, the best part is that now the new well, I'm not going to call him Law Pope, because he would not want that. He would not want that evil on him. But the new like Giga Chad anime lawyer actually likes anime and actually likes VTubers. So I think we ended up better off overall.
Well, Nick clearly did watch anime. We talked about it.
Well, it's like
I think he decided his scene was boomers now, and so he had to pretend, no, I never like, bro, I was literally a regular guest on what you called the weeb streams.
Yeah, same here. You, me, Flash, Raging Golden Eagle
became buddies.
Yeah,
like,
it was
appearing on his show.
Well, you and I were literally we had never met, never talked before, and we were both on the Vic stream, when the literal first Vic stream, when we were talking about the history of Vic Mignogna and all these like characters like Mars Girl and Channel Awesome, and like all these like fake BS convention stories that they keep like inventing new ones. Like I heard a new one like a couple weeks ago, and I said, I can't even remember what the context was, but I posted something about how like, oh yeah, it was when Monica and Jamie didn't renew their role on Panty and Stocking, and I was like, see, this is what happens. Like they canceled Vic, and now slowly but surely they're getting railroaded out of the industry. And they were like, actually, no, Vic slept with underage girls at a convention, and I'm like, what?
It's so stupid because it's like, if please watch the deposition tapes. If you don't watch the deposition tapes, you have nothing to say to me. You're stupid. Go outside. Stop licking poles.
Well, see,
We
that's the
know
thing.
everything at this point.
You're asking the dumbest people on the planet that just listen and believe everything that they read on X.com. You're asking them to do research. You're asking them to watch something other than Hassan's ballsack.
I know.
And also, you're
Incredible.
asking them to question what they've been told, which they've been taught is like the gravest sin. You must
Yeah.
believe. To question means that you're mentally with the enemy.
Mhm.
Exactly. That's
I know.
what. See, if you think and you consider that the information that you've been told might be incorrect, that makes you a fascist.
Do you not trust? Why do you not trust us, brother?
Because I know what white women do. Because I'm a white woman hater. Like,
he kind of true
the
though.
the part that's so crazy to me about people who are still pushing it. Let's remove Caitlin Saucedale from the table, right? Let's take away Mars. Girl.
Please, let's remove her
take
from the
away-
table. She needs it.
Like, let's take away Obscurus and let's take away change the channel and all their attempts to do shit. Just with the deposition alone from Bear, Herrick, Bolton, and Hughes, when Monica Jean Rial says and screamed in her shrill voice, "How dare he do this to me? I deserved top billing on the Escaflown DVD." And she said that shit with that,
Escaflown?
yes, Escaflown.
It's Escaflowne.
That's he did it on purpose. That's what.
I did it on purpose.
Escaflown.
That's how she said it.
Oh, that's how she said
that
it.
is how
That's
she
even
said
funnier.
it.
Like, why did I get top billing on the show I can't even pronounce?
Like, when she complained, saying that it was unfair, she had tears in her eyes. Schmeckle. She had tears in her eyes.
Get my name wrong.
No matter how many times that they had casual sex, because they admitted that they did that. No matter how many times they went to conventions and had dirty, raunchy jokes inside of both convention halls as well as inside the ADR studios. No matter how many times they did it with mixed company, including those two twins. If you remember, those two twins that Vic approached. He didn't assault them. He didn't rape them. He said, "Hello, ladies. Would you like to have some penis?" And they said, "No. What the fuck?" And he's like, "My apologies. Good
You know,
day." And
I'm
walked
just
away.
imagining. I could like hear it in Vic's voice. It's like, hey,
No,
ladies.
it's more like, hey, ladies. Hi, ladies. Would you like some penis today? Like, no, ew. Okay, well then carry on. Thank you.
By the way, do you like my pants? My pants are really cool. Sorry, Vic. We love you.
We joke out of love.
We joke out of love.
No matter how many times they keep saying these things that are lies, it's like, we have the deposition tapes.
Yeah.
The one thing that Nick Regatta did that was right is that he paid the money to get the deposition tapes.
I will say though, Vic has a voice where it's really funny, especially because of his personality too. His voice and his personality, it's really funny. Just imagine him saying really vulgar shit. Like, how much do we need in our lives? Just a video of Vic Mignogna deadpan reading the most vile rap lyrics. Like, I need to hear Vic Mignogna recite 3-6 Mafia lyrics. I need that.
If it's unlocked and you pay him money, he probably will do it.
Can you just get a Tech Nine's Hunterish? I need what's the who's guest first? The guest first from Hunterish that had the, and I think it was 3-6 Mafia on that song. Just the rape verse. If you look up the lyrics, the rape verse, just from there. Just imagine that in Vic Mignogna's voice, and you'll see what I need in my life. He would never do it, but just the juxtaposition would be too perfect.
Mate, it depends. You might have to get him drunk and it'd have to be a closed door section. However, I'm going to say something extremely controversial about Nick Regatta. And I know this from having been on Huey Farms, when they originally scouted him. Because he was originally just meant to be a law feeder. Him, his wife in the background, his lady rackets, and his black friend.
Are you saying that Green Reddit? Are you saying that Green
Yes.
Reddit groomed him?
Yes, they did, 100%. During the days of the Weeb Wars, because I was the one who wrote the official fucking timeline before they adapted it without needing my help anymore. Originally, Regatta was brought in by Null to be a law feeder. He brought him in to be a law feeder. They wanted to build him up by using the federated internets to make him fetch. And when they made him fetch, he stepped off the plantation, and that's the reason him and Josh had their fucking falling out and their back and forth spurt fits. Because he didn't have the ability to control him anymore, and he just took that and started making buku dollars. And that was before the Rittenhouse case. But then after the Rittenhouse case, he started making all the rounds around the internet, and then he got too big for his britches. And he decided to start trying to, nickel and dime his appearances as well as just speak down to people by pulling the ladder up behind himself. Because basically he got uplifted by... I like that you said green Reddit. I'm going to start using that now.
I know. I forget
someone on Twitter said it.
From...
Well, one of my friends, cool guy that sells tea. They're like trying to fuck with him right now, and I was like, yeah, that's Dragon's Treasure. He's a cool dude, but yeah, they're trying to fuck with him now, and I was like, well, yeah, I mean, you have a bunch of gay retards on that website that act like angry fat women, even though they're men, and they're like, well, that's why we call them green Reddit, and I'm like, I'm stealing that shit. That's beautiful.
That still cracks me the fuck up, green Reddit.
I'm still
I mean, they act unironically your credit now.
Yeah, they're doing the same shit. They're doing the like leftist shit of like, I don't like you because you have an opinion that I don't like. Oh, here's your social security number. Here's your address. Here's a picture of your dog. I'm like, okay, you've just become cringe. You've just become like cringe Antifa weirdos with like, 20 rings in your nose. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Because I actually have a story about that, but first, let me finish this thought. So, when he started coming up and then did all that and then turned on Null, I don't know when he decided wife swapping was the new hotness, but whenever he started doing this thing where he started becoming an influencer rather than just being a law tuber that had social interactions with other influencers, that was the end of Nick Rekieta's entire, gamer mandate of heaven.
Some people can't handle fame. Some people get famous and they crash out.
I mean, he could never have handled it. Like, this small Minnesota lawyer that fucking inhales Glenn Lovett. Oh, guys, I can't believe that this guy suddenly cracked under pressure and started turning into somebody else's wife for relief. Man, that's crazy. I can't believe that guy did that. Carl said, lying to himself.
Well, and see, this is the thing, is that, like, Nick has always had, like a slight substance abuse problem. Like, remember way back in the day, like, during when the kill stream was still relevant, when we had that one stream where Nick was, I think it was his 24-hour stream where he was just, like, drunk off his ass and trying to figure out how to add Zidane to the call, and ended up creating like 4 different streams that just said Zidane on it. It was the funniest shit. Like unironically, like I miss that Nick Rekieta. Like I really think that like Nick was always like this. It's just that, having money for bottles of Glenlivet and having money for kilos of cocaine is a totally different tax bracket. I think that's what happened.
And that's why he had to do the Baldo interview, guys. He had to sell the Baldo so he could get more money for the crack.
Need more money for them programs.
Like, when he was doing the wife swapping, he had to do it so that Kayla could be able to afford putting it away, and somehow the fucking Sprinkle Dust Fairy sprinkled it all over the kids. It was a complete accident.
Cocaine Fairy.
just prancing by in elf tights and little fairy wings and a really high-pitched voice, just whimsically throwing out cocaine from a bag. Oh, it's the Cocaine Fairy! Hello, everybody! Y'all wanna get fucked up?
What? How did you become a fairy?
Why is this fairy calling itself a rock and roll clown? I'm Dr. Roxo, the cocaine fairy clown. Yeah.
Y'all do cocaine.
But yeah, when Nick lost his gamer mandate of heaven, I'm gonna call it the fucking
I like that, the gamer mandate of heaven. I love that.
See, there's logic to why I'm explaining it like that, but this is the best way I can do it because, Lord have mercy, I can tell you for certain, no matter how many times Jay has told me it, I can sometimes be wordy, but this explanation, this is my wheelhouse. I know everything about this, all right? So, the fucking clout demon. It jumped from Nick Rekieta, then went into the Act Man, because this happened right around the same time as Quantum TV. Right? You remember, Quantum TV, black guy got mad about his Elden Ring review getting fucking roasted. The Act Man made fun of it. He calls his mom. He makes fun of him calling his mom. YouTube then strikes his account. Demon latched onto his ass. All of a sudden, big, popular, for no reason other than, oh my god, he's being unfairly attacked by YouTube. Can't you see that this black spurg is attacking this wonderful, based, understanding white man? This understanding white man who looks like he could be the cousin to, our favorite musician, Chris Ray Gun? And Chris was just about to break up with, because he was dating her at the time, Lacey Green.
Lacey, oh my god, that was forever ago.
Yes. They were just about to break up. Whatever little fledglings of whatever baseness still remained in him, the Kikistani energy, the dragon energy, left him and fully made him return into being a Bernie bro and then trying to pilot himself towards the left wing, where he then went to do his podcast shit. Demon leaps its ass into Actman, and he sits riding that wave until finally the SBI shit happens.
What is it? No, I need to know, other men out there, what is it about granola girl pussy that makes so many of you turn into retards?
They've never known what it feels like to yearn. That's it.
There's no way these bitches fuck that good. There's no way.
They don't.
In fact, I guarantee you they don't. Because half of these girls would probably make you sign a waiver, a consent form. And then well, what are they going to say something crazy? Like, oh yeah, the granola girl is the one who will call you racial slurs in bed. I got to give me some of that. Just tell any normal girl to do it. There's no reason for these guys to just start, these dudes that just start simping for these fucking stupid women. It's is it because their dads are rich? Is that what the real thing is? Like, if you get into their pants?
Sometimes. For some of them, sometimes.
It has to, because most of the girls that are that kind of the stupid lefty girl that's only thinks with her emotion and, is completely running on misplaced maternalism. 9 times out of 10, they're from affluent families. That's where the term awful comes from. Affluent white female liberal. So I can only think it can't be for the sex, because the sex with them is probably subpar. It has to be for the rich parents. It has to be these guys are shooting for access to their rich parents. That's the only logic that works for me, that makes sense. But then you have someone like Actman, who he's got to have good YouTube money. So I only think then it would be a fucking an iDub situation. Is he just a malleable, weak little man that had enough charisma when he speaks that people mistook him for some a human being?
Yes.
And it turns out that anyone that will give him a crumb of affection and pussy just owns him and owns his brain and soul.
Yes, because it's the exact same way with Alyssa Mercante and Dave Paul Rivera, also known as Airbagged. Yes, I know his real name. I'm an ex-Fed. Get it out your system, chat. Get it out your system. This has been long since common knowledge about me, and if you didn't know, now you do. That's why I was on Hugh Farms originally. We were having a conversation about this earlier today. But anyways, Gamer Mandate of Heaven. It gets given to him because of the Quantum TV situation. The vestiges of the internet decided that after he delisted his SJW musical series, that the Gamer Mandate would be given from Chris Ray Gun into the Actman. The Actman would then try to lord this shit around until he ended up fucking around with heels versus babyface. As you remember, the Starfield incident.
Yeah.
People tried
Starfield
to
team.
the internet tried to
pronouns.
Every time I always hear it.
Pronouns. I've heard it so you can imitate not only just the cadence, the way that he goes from nouns. It's just heel versus babyface yelling the word pronouns. It's how when you were a kid and the commercial that would play on like every one of your cartoons so often that when you hear it again, it just replay. It's like it has an effect on your brain when you hear it as an adult.
Guys,
It's just,
I'm about to
replaying.
accidentally activate a sleeper agent with this one. So brace yourselves. Creepy crawlers.
Yeah, it's the same effect of like it's just so memorized in your head that it's like an activation. That's how heel versus babyface yelling pronouns is. That's like as an adult. It's the same kind of memorization. Yeah, J.C. Wentworth. It's that. Pronouns!
Do you remember the internet connection, the commercials? The original ones, the first ones, where it was like the girl that was a waitress, and then they had the rock anthem ones.
Oh my god.
Those sound familiar.
You're making my neurons afire there. Jesus
That
Christ.
shit was stuck in my head all the way throughout my high school graduation, bro. Internet connections with white college for free. Get connected for free.
It's just like whenever I hear this
Okay,
song.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like whenever I hear this song, I think of the commercials. Like, have I told you lately that I love you? Like, yeah, 200 classic love songs.
Like in the middle of the fucking night at 2 a.m. And I swear.
Oh god. Yeah.
By the moon and the stars in the sky, I'll be there. Yeah, every time.
Oh god. I mean, television and commercials have ruined, and the fact that I am vampiric in my sleep schedule, so I live at night in the wee small hours, have ruined the
Shirley
steel drum.
Temple, yeah. The Shirley Temple Classic Collection. Animal crackers in my soup. Monkeys and rabbits. Loop the loop.
Ugh. And also, the steel drum is ruined for me.
Yeah.
Because immediately Girls Gone Wild. Just
Oh god.
I hear a steel drum and I see like the spinning red text and all the pixelated boobs. Yeah! Bleep, 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 bleep.
We
Like
scoured college
that
campuses
same-
all over the country to bring you girls of questionable age.
Yes, exactly. Especially, I watched a lot of Comedy Central back in the day. It was like Comedy Central, when it was good, was like my default channel. Like if nothing was on, I just left it on Comedy Central. And Comedy Central at night was 90% Girls Gone Wild commercials.
100%. That shit actually got positioned in my head when I recently had to do a replay stream for my chat because they paid for it. For Ratchet and Clank. Did you know that the people behind Insomniac were really big fans of Girls Gone Wild?
You don't say.
It was written into the dialogue of the Terranoid guy segment in the third game. It's like the most random shit out of fucking nowhere.
Has anyone ever asked
talking about
Randy
Insomniac
Pitchford what his opinion is on
Yes.
Girls Gone Wild?
Like the original Insomniac crew, not whatever Insomniac's become now.
I'll say, immediately if I see any kind of like developer or team or company, whatever, going out of their way to be like, you know, Black Rocky, I immediately assume it's all like rapists and child molesters. I just immediately assume anybody, like if you've got some like game like showrunner equivalent, like the game director guy, the guy that's like, you know, the guy writing it and directing it, like the brainchild, and he's like, well, I made a game about a side-shaved girl and all the men are useless. It's like, oh, you roofied a girl in college, didn't you? That's what this is about.
It's just sitting there in a board. All these guys are sitting there in a board meeting, and then somebody just opens the door really fast. It's, you know, at Blizzard HQ. It's like, guys, they found the Cosby drawer. Mom found the Cosby drawer. Abort. Shrink Tracer's ass by 2 sizes. Add pride flag sprays to the game now. We have to distract from this. Damage control. Report. Photon torpedoes have been fired. You know, someone at Life is Strange made a game about something they did in college. They were the photography teacher. Oh my god. So do y'all remember when Cartoon Network used to be good? The CN City era was peak. Yeah, that's kind of the theme of this podcast, if you couldn't tell by the little anime boom. Oh, I think Cody died. There, he's back. If you couldn't tell by the little Adult Swim logo-ish thing in the corner, that's kind of our gimmick, is that, remember when Cartoon Network used to be good? I miss those days.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if it happened to everybody, but I just got my connection fucked.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so it was
a Discord hiccup because it's run by furries.
That's why it should work.
Actually, yeah, you know what? You make a good point. It should work. It should work fine because, as we all know, furries run the government.
Yeah, the fucking raccoon furry named John Knotts he accidentally hit the wrong lever.
Don Knotts.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Knotts, but spelled with a K. Yeah, he's got a sheriff's outfit on. Oh God,
He's got a sheriff's outfit on, and he's holding a coupon for Pizza Hut Knots.
Now you know what I'm referencing? The actor Don Knotts from Andy Griffith.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm referencing? That moment where Pizza Hut went on the internet and said,
Andy, I don't know if I can yiff tonight.
Pizzas.
I'm just not in the mood for yiffing tonight, Andy.
Andy, I think Opie might have found my dick nippled hermtar commissions. He's got that 1,000-yard stare, Andy. The Andy Yiffith Show.
And then Ernest T. Bass walks in and he steals all of his commissions because he's holding them hostage for. I'm Ernest T. Bass, and I want a boyfriend-free girl, and I'm not gonna give you your furry smut porn back until you get me one. I'm sorry for ruining Andy Griffith's show for everyone.
I am half tempted. I shouldn't. It will. I feel like it'll open a Pandora's box, but I'm half tempted to draw the Andy Yiffith show.
The Andy Yiffith show.
Gave you $5 whole to do it. No balls. Right now, on the table, I will give you $5 whole.
Oh, I'm gonna be out of town over the weekend, but I think next week I might have to whip something up. The Andy Yiffith show.
Okay, I'm dying. Thank you forever.
In another timeline to replace the Mr. Ed show, if Vosh was a VTuber, that would be him 100% all day.
I might actually gain just a little bit of respect for Vosh if he did that. Just had like a talking horse head avatar with the mouth movements not perfectly synced up so it looks like Mr. Ed.
He does nothing at all. He does no acting trips, nothing. He's just talking the entire time. And remember that one anime game? It was a dating game where the boyfriend's just a fucking horse. That's his avatar.
Tomac for $5 says Andy Yiffith show, you say.
No, I know who Vosh would. Vosh is I don't know if this would be his persona or like the furry he'd simp for. I posted this on the AO Twitter. It's like the funniest damn furry drama I've seen in years. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. This fucking thing. Let me post this. Where's the stream chat? There we go.
Azahara, chat. Mayano Top Gun is not a lolly. She's just a goblin horse creature.
I posted on stream chat.
They're really big.
That would be
this
favorite.
thing. Oh my god, yes. This freaking thread. Like I was blown away. I saw Mizu reply and he said he was just basically like this seems fake, and I said I don't know if it's fake or real. All I know is that there's gay furry drama happening, and I'm like, flipping the calendar from 2025 to like 2014.
Like this felt like some good old fashioned 2007 keynotes. Like two furries getting fucking angry, ready to throw down. They're trying not to break character, but they keep calling each other dude and getting violent.
Look at this shit. This is Vosh's persona right here. We have
post too. The
we have-
posts are great.
It's like,
They're trying to break bad like it's a gang over giant titted fursuit gang.
just like next year in Dimension XYJ9, next year showing up at Burning Man, Vosh in the Horse Lord outfit and Juju the Clown.
Jesus.
Excuse me, Juju the Cow. Excuse me.
This is the gayest Crips versus Bloods I've ever seen.
They're literally fighting over the size of breasts on bimbo fursuits. Bimbo fursuits. I saw that and I literally started laughing for like 5 minutes. I was like, this is the most retarded and autistic thing I've ever seen.
But look at the post though, it's so good. Like they're just the rant. These motherfuckers think they're Breaking Bad on each other over these retarded fursuits.
I just want to know the ethnicity of the person under the horse suit or donkey suit, whatever the fuck it is. I just need to know. I need to know because it would be really, really funny if it's a white guy.
Let's remember that I talked to you at TFF this year and you were actually scared to come near me. And when you did, your voice cracked when I asked you how your con was going. People heard it and they laughed at you when you walked away. You act all tough on social media, but cower behind the other dudes in the bimbo suits because you hope they'll fight your battles. You're weak.
You hide my... See, that's what's so beautiful about this whole rant, is that he's like the other dudes in the bimbo suits.
Bro, now I'm picturing like they're rolling up on each other and they're all in these ridiculously proportioned fursuits.
You just roll up at the con and out of somewhere you hear somebody go, "Hey, Vato! I told you not to come back here, huh?" And
So
she's
it's like, but they got the suits on, so it's like, hey, Vato! I told you not to come here, huh?
They're rolling up in lowriders and shit, doing drive-bys in bimbo fursuits, and the tits are jiggling like a VTuber rig.
like they have to open up the mersuit hole that's meant for the sex parties so they can talk clearly because nobody can fucking hear them in the goddamn suit.
Wait, it keeps going too. I love it. You're a weakling, a toxic presence in the fandom, and a meme that gets laughed at 24/7. This is so good. All I've been known for is using AI for references up to this point, while you grovel making poor attempts at drawing nipples, for God's sake.
How hard is it to draw a nipple? Really? First you draw a circle, then you dot the eyes.
He's destroying nip.
It's like, you can't talk to me. I went to the School of Drawing Areolas, sponsored by Merryweather Comics.
I love that like, randomly Merryweather's taking strays on the podcast.
It's like you only got yours by following Mariah Mallard.
At the end is the fact this is genuine anger. This is a genuine attempt by someone on the internet to talk shit. Imagine acting like you're beautiful, but your suit is far smaller and disproportionate to mine. I didn't even have my biggest bust on, and I was still far larger than you.
I mean, they are in fact dropping the set. My titties are bigger than your titties. Therefore, I own you.
These are men doing this.
I like Eisenhower's comment.
Grown-ass
Suit
men.
size queening.
Now all we need to have a fucking RuPaul for fucking fursuits.
I'm fucking crying. I'm fucking crying. This is like that shit I miss, man. This is back when it feels like back when the furries were funny.
Yeah.
Oh god.
It's like 2010 to 2014 Twitter.
Oh god, it's beautiful. Frame it. I want it framed. I want it on the wall. No, and then the pièce de résistance is the quote, the response from the ridiculous horse bimbo. Connie, I would fucking fold you, dude. Bring this energy next con. We're both at transphobic Zionist Trump supporting ass.
I forgot about the part. I forgot about the quote tweet. This
is over bimbo fursuits. Breaking Bad having gang wars over bimbo fursuits.
I'm dead. This is too fucking funny.
I fucking love the internet, bro. I fucking love the internet so much.
The internet is a magical place.
It is a magical place.
Breathe, get it, breathe, breathe.
Oh, I'm trying.
You gotta use my lungs.
My shit got canceled online! Warner Brothers Discovery!
Oh god, man.
I just need, I had this beautiful idea that we just put furries in the Thunderdome and we just make them fight wearing these ridiculous bimbo suits. Just let them have a knuckles out drag ass fight in these fucking bimbo furry suits.
It's like it'd be one thing if it were just grown men arguing over their fursuits, which would already be funny. But it's the fact that it's these off the wall, insane fursuits.
It's like they're already got the furry fetish, and then they find a way to make it more funny than it already is.
Is this another Splinter Cell of the furry fandom? Is this a new one that just never heard of until now? Because again, this furry fandom, like I said, they've split into like multiple fandoms at this point. There's not even one furries anymore. Is this a new one?
I'd have to go back and look at some of my versus chats for my live stream performances. I'd have to look at the one where there was the guy that tried to like break into the furry scene to try and investigate how the furries live. It was a whole thing. I forget the name of the content creator, but I can find it on my VOD.
Well, that's just that you don't need to gay ops like that. Back in the day, you had stuff like Crush Shift Destroy, which were like, you know, ex furries that were pissed off at because they'd been in there. Like there was. There's always been furries that hated furries. You don't need to. I'm not saying to you, but whoever was putting on this, like, you don't need to treat them like some mysterious, like they're the fucking Westboro Baptist Church and like what's inside the compounds. It's like
see.
Bad dragon dildos. That's what's inside the compound.
Can I tell you what this guy was trying to do? He wasn't just trying to infiltrate him. He wanted to go to a fuck party. He's trying to get into a mersuit party.
Oh, well, I think this was a work. I think that whoever was planning this was a work. Now he wanted to be a part of it.
Like
This was some like gay preacher preaching against gays kind of shit. This is a man that said I'm not a furry, and he had to he wanted to express it, but he couldn't. So he's like, no, I'm doing it's an investigation. It's an investigation. I'm doing it for journalistic purposes.
I'm doing it for the lulz. I'm doing it for the meme.
Something like that. If I remember correctly, when I went over it, because this was like right somewhere between before or after. Nope, I'm looking at it. Super Smash Orgy 69: A Furry's Destiny.
That's a name.
The Nintendo 64 references, chat. Okay, the piece of content came from a creator by the name of I can't remember. But he made a video series, or rather, he made a video that he went through a series with two other people helping him, where he wanted to get into these fursona parties. And what he tried to put together basically was a video where he more or less embarrassed himself. I'm going to give you this link to the background. It's way too long for us to go through here. But basically, the cliff notes is he tried to investigate and then get into the group. He tried to get into the Spear, going to a random furry convention. Then, after he went to the furry convention and made an ass of himself, other elder gay furries came out of the woodwork and said, you didn't have to do any of that. We would have invited you in with no problems whatsoever, because you make yourself look like what you did was a cool and fun thing, like you're living through fucking Ferris Bueller's Day Off. But actually, from our point of view, you look like this. And then he's got the footage from when he fucking busts in on the dance party that they had going on. It was a dance competition, actually. He barged into the dance competition with his self-made song so he can get the final clip that he wanted for the series, and everybody was staring at him like he was confused, like he was a fucking reader, because he was. And it's like, you didn't have to do any of this in order to get involved. I don't know why you did this, but okay, go off, King.
Yeah,
it was hilarious.
Yeah, that's like there are people that I think try a little too hard to be like, I'm gonna get gas the furries, hey, get the furries, I'm gonna get those furries, and those are the people I think, yeah, you are jacking it to furry porn. You feel like you got to do the penance now because you saw a what's that hell of a ball, Luna. You saw a Luna lewd that got you a little bit too excited, and you're like, after the post nut clarity kicked in, you feel like you gotta do your Hail Marys. Yeah. You're like Judge Claude Frollo and Luna from Hell of a Boss is in the fireplace, and now you feel like you gotta raise down Notre Dame to feel better about yourself.
Multiple people just having random fucking awakenings from the pieces of content they consumed.
See, that's what happened.
People, it's Luna.
That's what happened with a lot of the anti-furry groups, like way back in the day. Mm-hmm. Like the guy that was in charge always turned out to be like exposed as a furry. Like every single fucking time, it was always like a furry running it, and then he gets chased off, and then the next guy takes over, and the next guy's also a furry. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. How does it keep happening? Mm-hmm. And it's just because, and we see it today with like Lolly and all the other shit for like anime shit. Like the people that like go out there and have to proselytize about how much they fucking hate it. That's because deep down they feel guilty about something.
Yeah.
And that's why the fucking Dr. Pizza theory keeps getting proved right. It's like, if you obsessively hate over something and that's all you fucking talk about, and that's all you can talk about, it's like you're trying to distract people from some shit.
When you ramp up too strong, when it's like 0-60 way too fast, that's cause for concern. That's cause for suspicion.
It's like there was this period where it's like one group obsessing over Luna, the other group was obsessing over Genevieve / Shadowheart, another group was obsessing specifically over being brutalized by Orin the Red, and then another group was obsessing over both the voice actor and the character Asterion. And then another group entirely found themselves in the middle, doing the Smash Brothers equivalent of "that's not my core value." And then I don't know what happened. What happened to Joey Calaire, aka Mr. Wizard, former owner of the now Sony-owned Evo tournament?
I'm a fighting game guy. Don't get me started on that shit.
Oh yeah, that's right. The entire Evo 2020 online season was closed exactly the moment that it was exposed that how many of you were fucking underage boys? Yeah, I guess that Dead or Alive presentation by the now new mom was not that big of a deal. I guess those core values were a little bit off, huh?
Yeah.
God bless Technicals for doing like the hard work and just constantly BTFOing the FGC.
when he moved from just doing the Smash scene to the FGC, man, I felt like it was my birthday. I felt like a kid coming down the stairs on Christmas morning, and like the fucking one that like it's not even wrapped. It's just sitting there looking like that new Nintendo 64 is just sitting there facing you. That's how I felt. Yeah. When he started going after the Strive people, that's beautiful.
It was a masterpiece.
Cue up the U2. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, it was also obligatory fuck Levin. Rest in peace, Hacks Money.
All my homies hate Levin.
Each and every single one of you that were responsible for that, you can goggle my balls. I know exactly who you are, and I'm calling you fucking stage managers.
Well, also, I gotta drop in a little smugness here. As an SNK simp, I find it interesting that the most like awful piece of shit, the best ever motherfuckers in the FGC, curiously never want to even attempt an SNK fighter. Curiously, when they do, if the few that do, don't make it far. Interesting how when you try to enter a fighting game scene where you can't exploit something that's poorly designed, you somehow, where will that skill go? Like Sonic Fox. How Sonic Fox? You're like the best in the world, right? How come you drowned in pools in Street Fighter 6? How come you went 50-0 against Punk?
Look. If we start listing all the sins of Dominique, I know him personally. Yes, his first name is Dominique. If we start listing all of the shames of Dominique, I'm gonna have to explain how .esports can't understand that he only performs in games where his round robin technique of trying to sweep his way out of losers into the grand finals tends to win him out maybe 2 out of 5% of the times. Just one part away from being 3/5, like the rest of us.
I just saw it as a Hara's head.
Cody, that's racist. Stop shaming Sonic Fox for drowning in pools. He can't swim.
Although, now
shit.
that you brought it up, you do know that people like Sonic Fox refuse to play SNK games because of that sheer fact, and that the reason he specifically does that is because he has tailored himself a specific rushdown strategy in every game he goes into.
Mm-hmm.
He's a gadget rushdown player. That is his setup. That is his team. His technique, the thing that I'm referencing, he has a habit of every tournament he goes into, if it has a round-robin system, of intentionally losing and going to loser circle, and then fighting out with his technical or his rushdown team to get into grand finals by sweeping through all of the exhausted people who are fighting and grinding their way through winners. So by the time he gets to the quarterfinals or the semifinals and grand finals, he has a fresh team that he's been practicing from the practice room that his matchup does not know about or does not have the hands and dexterity to deal with when he gets into that matchup. And we were able to confirm this as a fact. Because when he tried this with me, when he personally tried to come at me, I listed every single fucking tournament he did this in. I listed when he was doing it inside of the original Injustices, Injustice 2, MK9, MK10, MK11, MK1.
Well, he pulls this kind of shit all the time. It's like when he did, when he was, what game was it? He was losing grand finals, and so he asked for a seat switch.
I don't know if it was DBZF, but maybe it was probably Dragon Ball FighterZ.
I think it was Dragon Ball Fighter. Yeah, where he'll pull shit like that all the time.
Because if it was Dragon Ball FighterZ, this is when people started picking up on it because he got his ass whooped by Dagura.
Yeah.
Using his specific rushdown team with his Android 16.
I just double checked. It was 2018 Dragon Ball Fighter Z Grand Finals of Evo 2018.
Got that ass whooped, Danger Boy.
Yeah. And for those listeners who don't play fighting games, why that was some shit that he pulled. So a seat switch is you get to ask to switch size for whatever reason. I don't even know why that's a rule that you can do. But you can stop the game to you be on one side and he be on the other. But what that can do is completely fuck the momentum. Like if you're in a series of matches, there is mental momentum. So he did that specifically to trip up and mentally reset his opponent.
Yeah, and Dagura still whooped that ass anyways. Do you know how difficult it is to practice your combos from both? First off, practicing your combos and then practicing your combos from the left corner.
Yeah.
But then you're getting your ass whooped. You say, I need a seat switch. He'll never expect this. And all of a sudden you hear the anime music come on. And you say,
didn't that win him Evo though?
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure he won. That's why people were pissed, because he felt like he still had a win.
If it's the one that I'm thinking of, he lost to Godura. If it's the one that I'm not thinking of, then
it was Go One. This was the one with Go One.
Go Ichi.
Okay, yeah, Go Ichi, so that was the one that he won, and that was the one that Dot Esports came back and said, it's the second 2-time Cinderella story. Shut your ass up.
Yeah.
You can tell I know jack shit about fighting games.
See, I bring this point up because when you're a fighting game player, or if you're in the fighting game scene, because they cross over with esports, because I came from an esports background.
Yeah.
When you deal with this, there's a certain level of respect that you expect, right? If you're on the highlight team, if you're on the support staff, if you are a coach, if you're any of the players that are in retainer, if you're on the academy teams, on the challenger academy teams that are then going to become on-stage players, or specifically inside the FGC where you're fucking around with the greats like Daigo, Marlon Pai, IFC Yipes, and the rest of them, let alone Justin Wong and whoever else the fuck. When they're going back between DNF Duel and whatever the current popular game is, to be someone in that circle and hear about a friend of yours or a colleague or a rival of yours doing something like this tactic just to win tournaments and to have stories written about him, and then he goes on stage and basically makes your entire scene persona non grata because I'm what conservatives hate, and he acts as though his person is everything about him, and then he gets blown out by a random fucking black, I don't even know what I would have called myself back then, but black foids on Twitter, calling him out by name, saying, I remember when you were doing XY with whomever, when you were sitting across from FGC Black Yoshi, another gay man.
I vaguely remember that. But didn't he get outed for something? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Black Yoshi.
Somebody else.
Okay, that name sounds familiar in like a drama sense.
He shouldn't be, but he's another FGC player, and he's a very good FGC player.
Okay.
You see, it's weird. It's like it's a 50-50% chance.
Yeah.
If you're a black male and you're in the FGC, you either have sex with white women, or into white women, have a CPSC degree, or you're gay. It's those four things, nothing else. And the thing that pissed people off in the scene is that this was happening right around the same time that EVO Online got canceled. So it was two things happening at once, and then all of those people getting exposed from the oops, all pedos, which then included the story around Puppy, and what was that woman's name? Was it Cinepai? Cinepai? Grooming Puppy? Actively for years?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the one Technicals did a whole thing on. Yeah.
Yeah, draining that boy dry for fucking years to the point that he's unsure of how to even sit around other people, let alone women. All that happening at the same time was a very big piece of, there's something very foul going on here. And this was before it was even confirmed that Joey Calaire was removed because of his fucking grooming and shit. But everybody knew that the goddamn thing got canceled because of him. Everybody knew that. But nobody was there for when they sold the debt to Global Payments, which is TSYS, which is in my state. Or when it was then acquired by Sony. Because after then, they were just pretty much just getting it for fucking shekels, picking up off the spot. And then it's just the same as it ever was. And they only ever show up on the same games whenever there's a summer invitational, where instead of the official lineup of games that now exist, because Melee's removed and all the other games are removed, there will be a couple of side tournaments. I can't remember exactly when the last tournament was this year. I want to say it was in January or February. But there's a side tournament where they'll have all the classic games. They'll show up on those, but they will never put their fucking hands on an SNK game. Not one. They do not like King of Fighters. They do not like anything that has SNK branding in it or SNK characters.
I'm gonna tell you right now, a big reason why it is because they know that it's two main reasons. That shit's got legacy skill, so it's ego for a lot of these big esports FGC guys. As long as they're in their lane, they look like they're the next Daigo. They're the next, Zhao Hai for SNK. Like, they're the big man on campus. They step into SNK town, they will get rocked. It's like King of Fighters, especially. I mean, those games are very consistent for like 20 years. So if you're good at King of Fighters, you're still good at King of Fighters when a new one comes out. You can jump right into the new one and whoop that ass from day one. And these motherfuckers can't handle that. I feel brimstone on my tongue saying this, but credit to Sonic Fox. At least trying to play something else, but I think he did that most out of a necessity because his games are dying. So he's trying to go to Street Fighter, and it ain't working. But like he at least had the balls to step out of his safe spot. Leffen has been attempting that to mixed success. I think he's astroturfed more than he's actually earned anything. But SNK...
A lot of people in the CR.
Yeah, but then you have also... SNK is big in regions of the world that will not play the identity politics thing whatsoever. If you go into an SNK scene and you try to be just looking like a dude in a dress and demanding your pronouns while you have a deep voice, and I'm referring to specific people, I'm not being general, they're gonna laugh at you. You're gonna get jad. They're gonna make fun of you in Spanish, and then whoop your ass.
It's gonna be two different versions. Either they're gonna look at you and they're gonna say, "Oh, didn't I know?"
Yeah.
Or it's gonna be, "¿Qué pasó? Oh,
yeah.
My name is Jeff. Respect my pronoun."
Yeah.
You can't.
They will whoop your ass and then mock you. They will not be nice. SNK, and this is one of the myriad of reasons I'm an SNK simp, but SNK scene, there's a Western scene around it that is kind of annoying, but the majority scene for their games won't play along. They won't play along with your ego, and they won't play along with the identity politics you are using to elevate yourself socially. Because a lot of the FGC today is using politics to just win in a social setting. Like if I
My
get social
pronouns are
credit-
quarter circle and forward.
Yeah, if I get social credit over somebody, then it doesn't matter if they beat me. I'm still bigger than them in the community. I have clout. If I get social credit, I can eliminate my competition, like what happened with infiltration. I can eliminate someone that's a dangerous competitor using social credit to remove them from competition, so I don't have to worry about them potentially taking my tournament wins, my earnings.
It's like watching a fucking competitor spam the equivalent of cancellation electrics over and over again, and then they say, "Yeah, I beat my opponent. I beat my opponent." Then all of a sudden, that one, I think it was a woman. I don't want to say that it wasn't a woman. I know it was an Asian, but whatever that supposed woman was, they tried to do it against Low Tier God, and he did the equivalent of Raging Demon, and they just destroyed themselves. Because he was making fun of them and being himself.
Become uncancelable.
However, I do have to say...
The fighting game discussion has killed Gator, but we will continue on.
It's fine.
There he goes. He's back.
No, I had to check my my dryer because I'm trying to wash towels at the same time I'm doing the podcast, because Friday's normally laundry day for me.
But yeah, like it's and that just doesn't work over an SNK. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so like a lot of the FGC, the American FGC, will avoid that company in their games specifically because it's a dangerous world for them.
I mean, anything outside of Twitch is a dangerous world for them. But
Yeah.
I do have to say, and it suffice, because if I just shit on him, then I'm not doing the true justice. There is talent inside of Sonic Fox. Dominique does, in fact, have hands.
He's not bad. He's just not... He's not bad. He's just... He seems better than he is because he exploits poorly designed games.
Yes. Like, he is a person, like any African American, that ever gets a game put in front of them. He is a person who excels in the intellect of understanding how to be the biggest fucking glitch kitty and script kitty imaginable. He knows all
That's a good way to describe it.
Of how... No, this is true. This is true. Every single person that is African American, I don't care, it's a racial quality, you have addiction to white people, you have addiction to spicy food, and you are predestined to like malt liquor. So, suck my dick, you know it's true.
Oh my god, Tekken, you're black. Of course you know how to play Tekken.
Every single African American, when they get into a game scene, they are going to learn everything about the game. And the reason why is because African Americans buy games cheap. We get games second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand, or we got them out the bargain bin. Guess what games are in the bargain bin? Fighting game! You go over to your friend's place, hey man, I ain't got nothing to do right now, what you want to play? Tekken, Tenkaichi Budokai 1, 2, and 3, Xenoverse 2, or any of the 2Ks. Give me that 2K WWE.
Yeah.
Like,
I grew up around Baltimore. I can say completely correct. Yeah.
They will learn everything about that game because when two niggas, I asked if I could use this word.
And I said, hell yeah.
If two niggas are in the same room, if you put Marlon Pie in a room with ISC Yipes and they are playing Dungeon Fighter / DNF Duel, and one of them picks Male Grappler and the other one picks Paladin / Monk, I can promise you, you are going to watch some of the best gameplay you will have ever seen in your goddamn life. I don't care what African American it is. I don't care if it's a woman. Shit! You think I'm joking? You think I'm playing Cyber Connect 2? All of the Naruto generation battle games, including the Boruto one. Put a black man on that game, put a black woman on that game, and they are going to become unironically Orochimaru within 1 month flat, because they're going to beat the campaign, and then they're going to go into the lab, and they're going to get busy. And what happens is that people like Sonic Fox, they go into the lab, and they get busy. They understand what is plus. They understand what is negative. They understand what can OTK off of a low overhead into a reset loop. They understand how to play the game. His problem is that he got used to a system of obtaining credit because in the scene, when you're a competitor, you don't get recognition unless you win tournaments. And this is the problem that esports has. It's the problem that FGC has, and it's the problem that any competitive sport that has had money injected into it has. It's also the same thing wrong with Twitch, because before, when we didn't know that our shit was fucking up, I was actually, like, just riffing on pirate software. But we can talk about that in a second. You know, moving conversation forward.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about pirate software and Mutahar.
In the scene where you have sports washing happening all the time now, because that's the esports problem. Everything is owned by Qatar and Saudi Arabia because they injected money into the sport to get ownership. It's the reason why.
At least they're keeping SNK, like, you know, away from like the woke shit.
See, the Saudi princes, they bought SNK because they actually play the goddamn game. They're the only reason why that company currently is still alive. But the Qatar and the Saudi Arabian investment fund over there with all of the other investments that have people like the WWE locked up in the exact same deals in this regime that is led by McMahon's daughter and Paul Levesque. They are 100% owned lock, stock, and barrel by those companies. They are owned lock, stock, and barrel, full way, completely sports washed, because nobody cared. When it was a problem, when it was starting to happen, with Riot Games and their perspective of using the Jeremy Lin Riot I beat my wife light struggle session tactic to look into if you are a good person so you can work for the company or play their games and be a featured streamer, back when they harassed Tyler 1 and tried to ban him from the game before they realized, oh shit, all of our player base is toxic. Actually, we love you and love your toxicity. You're such a character, Tyler. Back then, they had a chance to do something about it. But they didn't want to, because they thought, just like Blizzard did, which is why Blizzard is now owned by Microsoft, and it was originally Blizzard, and then it became Activision Blizzard, and then it became Activision Blizzard King, which is why they made Diablo Immortal, because we did in fact have phones. And now it's Activision Blizzard King Microsoft, with a little dash in between the King and the Microsoft. They became owned over time because we are no longer the marketplace that things are bought for. We are the test market, and China makes the money. And the reason why is because they have to make deals overseas and other marketplaces to bring the game to the country. You have to legally make a deal with the government. And the government just simply pumped money into Tencent, into the point where they could go over to Riot Games and said, we own you at 60%. Please do what we asked for. And they said, bitch, we ain't doing what the fuck you said. Oh, you didn't hear me. Buying you outright. I said, make $500 femboy skins and sell people K-pop. Nobody cared. Because even though people like The Last Free Nation, Reppin' My Boys, Richard Lewis, Monte Crisco, Christian I Will Dominate Riviera, Dustin Thorne Shields, and whoever else they have in the Four Horsemen or Power Spike, they didn't care about the fact that people were owning the companies. They did not care because, you know, it was a thing that people did. We just floated between games. People liked Diablo. People liked Warcraft. You fucked up retail. You fucked up and ruined Warcraft 3 and Reforged by trying to force them into a remastered product that they didn't necessarily want. You let Diablo 2 get run down so you could then put out Diablo 2 Resurrected as your solution to force people into the modern Blizzard connections so that if they wanted to play it, they had to use their modern Blizzard accounts. You killed Overwatch and completely sunsetted Overwatch 1.
I loved Overwatch so much.
2.
I loved how the OG Overwatch was so much fun. Dude, I even won one of the Taco Bell Overwatch Razer headsets. I still have it. I got one of the Reaper headsets. Like, that's how much I loved that game. It was dope. And they ruined it.
Yeah. Like, you lost everything because you tried to gamble on an audience that didn't exist. And it wasn't that you couldn't have made an audience to enjoy it the same way that the FTC did. You didn't try to build a game first. You tried to build the lattice and the structure and the scaffolding for esports before you ever let the game breathe. You got people sweating inside of quick play and then sweating inside of competitive, trying to become the next fucking replacement for that scene's version of SK Telecom 1
See,
or
I was
G2.
See, what was so frustrating to me is I was a diva player, and like back in like early Overwatch, people would get so pissed at you because they didn't know that diva was actually secretly goated. And so you got bitched at constantly. They'd be like, oh, switch off diva. And then I go and I get like play of the game every single time. I'm just like, bro, like you just don't know how to play the game. And then this was the problem too. It's like every time they would like do a balance patch, like people just wouldn't know how to play the game. They just assumed that like certain characters were bad. And it's like, and then they reworked diva and they made her suck. And I was very, very sad.
See, at the time, I was a person playing Heroes of the Storm. I think I was rank 10, because the rank 1 guy, he played an entirely different set of characters, and I was playing Gazlo, Sonya, and Zeratul, which is to say, ETC, Elite Torrent Chieftain, which is to say I was playing the female Barbarian, the male Goblin, and a couple other characters that were Technolists and Specialists and Assassins. Like, nobody knew how to play these games, and that was the beauty of them. Half of them was like, I'm getting away with bullshit that wouldn't happen if this was actually competitive.
I only played Heroes of the Storm for the Police Diva skin that people crashed out about because they're like, oh my god, it's racist to have a police skin. And I was just like, pull over, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
You're under arrest.
Beep, beep. Like, beep, 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 you're under arrest. I'm throwing a bomb at you. Like, that entire scene and everything about the company and how
I just throw my mech at them and I'm like, kneel this.
I'm
gonna get canceled for that.
Like, that entire company and everything to go alongside it and with it, everything went poorly because they just became focused on the money side of the business and never actually cared about the customers. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the world, even though they are owned like maybe 40% by Tencent, Grinding Gear Games continues being the company that it is, and they're now running 2 games at the same time. Meanwhile, you dumbasses can't even run fucking 1, let alone 5 or 3.5. Because technically, Diablo 2 Resurrect is not a game. It's just a reskin of the original, pushed onto the main networking and updated so that all of the old stuff that you could only do online, like the Annulus Charm quest or the Torch, the Hellfire Torch, and popping the Diablo cone to get the Annulus Charm was easier to do by selling your stones or Jordans and things like that. They completely destroyed everything for everything. Like, they destroyed themselves trying to make an esports scene with the Overwatch League directly to Twitch because they thought that they could be able to make buku money on that, and they could not because they couldn't get the interest away from it. They destroyed the original Overwatch 1 to make Overwatch 2, and now the only thing you guys are famous for is you tried to change fucking McCree's name to Cassidy because for some reason you didn't like McCree. That one's still a head scratcher to me.
Well, because the guy he's named after turned out to be a sex pest. I still think it's dumb. Like, he's named that. Everybody knows him as that. Everybody's still gonna call him McCree. But like, oh,
Yeah.
but the real guy though. So fucking what? The character's name is McCree. Just go with it.
It's like, it's too late to do anything about it. It's like, do you think we still call Twitter X? No, bitch, we call it Yitter.
Yeah.
But they destroyed themselves trying to chase the money, and a bunch of other people did the same thing too. That's why all of the spheres of influence always kept trying to change after the MOBA bubble popped, more or less. Certain games died out. Some games, like Heroes of New Earth, will be returning again. Perhaps they'll be in their original glory. But it was always Dota 2, Dota All-Stars for the people still running those servers for it, League of Legends, and occasionally an in-between game that would compete against Smite. So, like, there was Heroes of New Earth, there was, what was it called? Descendant or Forger, or, no, Predecessor. Smite 1, and Smite 2, although Smite's... The team of Titanforge and Hi-Rez, they have different problems than people like Blizzard or even Riot Games has. They have a problem where nobody understands how to play their game because the Book of Thoth, the the comprehensive guide that was built by the community of players, it doesn't translate very well to Smite 2. And because the game is technically in early access, all of the people who are currently playing it had to pay $30 to get fucked in the ass by the company. Because they're so shit with their customer service that they will outright say, would you like us to ban you from the game? Would you like us to ban you from the game so that you don't have to deal with our customer service problems? Unironically, to your face. Like, they would do it inside the discussion boards. And they would say to your face that we could just remove you and deal with that as a problem. And for the years that I've been playing the game since its beginning, I just couldn't fuck with it anymore because of that. But they destroyed themselves with esports. And then they hoped that as a tier 3 esport, not a tier 1 and not a tier 2, but as a tier 3 one, they would make back that money. When really all they had to do was just make porn. If they just, if they went down the opposite timeline and they just partnered with fucking Zone, they could have made so much money.
You can't really do that. That fucks your brand. But I think they honestly just should have let it. They should have gone the Japanese route and just let it happen. Let it go. Let the people make their porn and not just let that be free advertising.
Here's what they could have done. They could have leaned into it just a little bit by making sexy skins for the characters and releasing sexy characters for the game. Like, they should have gone the gacha route and just released these like sexy female characters with like these, you know, they're not totally like, you know, like let's be real, it's Blizzard, but like just have a little tasteful side boob in this outfit, you know, and maybe like, you know, the Diva's got like a themed skin, right, where she's wearing like a like she's wearing like short shorts or something, right, and you can like see her ass just a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, it's you know, you're not going over the line, but it's like, you know, they're not getting their ESRB rating changed, but it's like just sexy enough that people are gonna be like, oh yeah, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, there's plenty of characters.
Yeah, Gooner skins. Gooner skins. He's right.
Somebody,
yeah, as a her.
Yes. Somebody could had some ass flicking out.
I mean, look what just happened with Street Fighter 6, which is just recently allowed itself to have sex appeal again after Mai dropped, and it turned out to be really successful. So now, like, they're releasing these summer skins where they just added like Cammy's swimsuit from this one old Nishimura, I think it's Nishimura. I forget the artist's name, but the guy that did a lot of Capcom stuff back in the day. The old art he did of like everybody on the beach, and they gave Cammy her swimsuit from that artwork, and Chun-Li a skimpy swimsuit, and now it's like their player numbers I think have like doubled.
Yeah.
Just from the Gooner skins, which, you know, I think is honestly, on a personal level, I think it's kind of sad that works the way it does, but it does.
Like that's one side of it, and the other side of it is obviously safe horny. Like, it's the Spectre. It's in the room with us. It's over in the corner.
Well, see, when Street Fighter 6 launched, they were absolutely black rocking it up. Like, you look at, like, the only people allowed to be attractive were the legacy characters, and even Chun-Li's face is debatable. But the new characters were very, like, this ain't, I mean, Marissa, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And then, like, even the ones that are supposed to be attractive got these really, like, oddly realistic faces. The only exception was Cammy. And then Mai drops. And Mai is massively successful. And now you see, as the Overton window is shifting, Capcom is scooting away. Because they were scooting very much. I mean, I think they still got, like, BlackRock type shit in their, like, internal memos. But, like, they're starting to shift back. Like, we're allowed to have tits and horny again. But they're not fully committing. But they see where the wind is blowing, and they realize the ship is sinking, and they're not ready to jump off yet. Because they're afraid to jump off. But they are absolutely scooting to the back bow, where it's still up high. And they're planning their jump.
I mean, look, they added frickin' Sea Viper, of all people.
Yeah.
And her tits are out.
Literal mother. Literal mother.
Yeah. And it's funny because in Street Fighter 4, they toned her boobs down, which is why her boobs look weird in that game. They were supposed to be bigger. And I guess it was like a ratings problem in some region or something for her tits to be out like that. So they shrank them, but her model is still the same, which is why her boobs look like these weird hamburger patties. It's supposed to be like her tie is going into her cleavage, but it doesn't look right anymore. If you look at her in Street Fighter 4, it's because she was supposed to have, she'd be like bigger, and they had to bring that down. It just made her look weird. But now they basically gave her OG tits back, and it's because once again thank SNK, because they told Capcom you can have Mai, but don't you touch her. Don't you do it. Don't you? I better not see some like average Asian woman face on Mai. You better not cover her ass up. It's Mai. That's her identity. I mean, for God's sakes, the character was created as like when they sat down and designed her character. From the way she is based on two different popular Jav actresses of the era. From the waist up, she was based on the actress that had the best boobs, and from the waist down, she was based on the actress with the best ass. She is literally a combination of two porn stars who have the best bottom and top. That is how they built her when she first was made in the series. So they're not gonna let Capcom pull that shit, and that's why that like when they re-release SVC Chaos, Capcom was the reason there was this represents a different age, disclaimer screen. Like SNK does not play that shit.
Yeah, because SNK said it's our way or the highway, and they were like, okay, you can put the warning up there for the weak-willed and the spineless, but them titties stay in.
We ain't touching it. Yes, and because Mai came in untouched, like that opened the floodgates, because now like they put in Mai and there was no problem. Like Capcom was like feeling this out. Like if they drop Mai and there's a lot of Twitter outrage and think pieces, Capcom would have caved. And the fact that there wasn't it showed them that times are a-changing, and they're starting to again slowly inch back over, and that's how you see like Crimson. You look at Crimson Viper right there. Like that would not have been in launch Street Fighter 6. Absolutely would not have been. If she was in this game on launch, she would not have looked like that.
Yes, the industry has been trying to plan their pivot because of that conversation where they refuse to listen to obvious concerns from customers because the shareholders are holding the publishing companies at a standstill as attack dogs and effectively telling the developers they're not allowed to talk, otherwise they'll cut them out of the deal. Meanwhile, the fiduciary duty that is meant to be taken to the shareholders to put them back righted on the ship is instead being held by companies like BlackRock and blah, 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 to hold them hostage. Meanwhile, normal customers are like, I don't know why you guys changed everything. You don't make it how I used to like anymore. And then they get told, oh, if you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. And then now the Overton window is shifting in such a way where the pirate softwares of the world, they kind of actually have to now have conversations. And many of them, because I actually talked to an example developer, when you talk to them in these normal conversations, where you explain this to them verbatim, they unironically come at you and say, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Where did you get that substantial circumstance from? And it's like, am I speaking another fucking language? Do you understand English? Money? Do you like money? Will you let me buy game without harassing me for playing game? Which, let's talk about SGK. Man, Pirate Software really destroyed himself, and all he had to do was really just Plesh's manage him and not be an asshole. Like, I have never seen a person as a 25K Andy on Twitch, let alone a person multi-streaming on multiple platforms, destroy all of his relevance and all of his sub numbers between multiple places just because he wanted to be smug. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but it's really just a meteoric drop that's concerning me. That guy is now on 3K views. He used to be a 5-figure person, and now he's on the lowest he ever was when he doubled his views year after year by monetizing and exploiting YouTube Shorts and TikTok.
Well, see, that's the thing is that Pirate Software like figured out the exploit to get big really, really quickly. The problem is his personality didn't catch up.
See, I remember when he got onto my radar, and because I'm a facts-oriented person, I didn't just go off of the vibes people went off of. I actually went off the Solidome numbers, and I looked at them the last time I talked about it, because I did my own live stream called Pirate Software Lord of Mana, because his rise and fall happened within a very specific short period of what should now be about maybe a year in total, but at the time when the drama began was a 10-month period. And I remember because I had my own smaller little like insular drama where I was playing Once Human back in I think July of last year, and those server events, they last for 65 days and you're locked into the server with people. So it's similar to what he was doing inside of the hardcore WoW server for OnlyFans 2. Or was it OnlyFans 3? I can't remember if this was the second event or the third event of OnlyFans bringing together content creators. I think it was the second one, because they haven't done OnlyFans 3 yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, chat. But basically what happened is you had a time frame between everything that came before that happened, the moment he joined OnlyFans 2, the resulting crash up of OnlyFans 2, of which many people have gone down 3 different roads. One road is Moldovia's fig tree. You're like Chud Logic and the rest of them. You don't care about the actual details. Meme magic, memes don't need truth, something, 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 short fat otaku, something, something, something. Insult him into the ground, therefore you're just a troll, you're trying to harass me. Then there is the everybody else line, which we're going to say is just the normal reaction line. All the other content creators looked at the event, saw what happened, looked at how he was reacting, and they thought, man, that's really weird how you're behaving like that. And then you have the Dr. K line, which is where Josh Strife-Hayes, Moist Critical / Charlie, and Dr. K are the only 3 known events where he has publicly spoken to publicly in the case of Dr. K, privately in the case of Charlie and Josh, that he has spoken to directly to either try to lay out why he wouldn't admit fault and apologize, not just for what happened in OnlyFans, but specifically him refusing to make arguments, talk about why he said things.
This is the one where he bailed on his team in that
in Dire Mall,
hardcore
yes.
WoW.
Yeah,
Yes,
hardcore WoW, where if you die in the game, you die for real. I mean, basically.
Basically, it's the way that you would imagine it. Imagine Fish Tank live, but instead it's a bunch of content creators and streamers. But not just big name creators like Pokimane, who was in OnlyFans 1, who I think got removed because she was just annoying as fuck and she was pissing Soda Poppins off. But you're also mixed in there with literally content creators. So imagine you're inside of WoW and you're playing alongside Nicholas Diorio, myself, Jay Longbone, members of
playing alongside Nicholas Diorio. Can I just run into a Murloc cave and Murloc myself to get out of it?
Yes. But then at the same time, you're dealing with smaller streamers or really out there content creators. So out of nowhere comes fucking Nick Ricada. Out of the corner somewhere comes 15 different people who are associated to the Federated Internet off of Post. One person happens to be
oh yeah, brother, Anime Graph Maze with the steel chair.
I'm trying to remember the name of Nero. Milo Ioannopoulos, randomly out of nowhere. Yeah.
With the steel chair.
Dick Masterson and Vito Giswalti, the fat fuck who just cannot stop saying how much he loves cuties. Bring all those people together under the banner of a group named after a porn site. I know that it's supposed to not be a porn site, but guys, come on. OnlyFans is a porn site.
Yeah.
And make them basically play content. Make them play content from 1 to 60. If your character dies, you have to choose if you're going to roll another character or if you're going to become a member of the zombies, which basically is all the undead characters who do group community events if they've gotten bored of trying to do the rigmarole of going about doing raids and stuff. So you can be one of the people who are basically in the fish tank doing all this content with everybody else, or you can be one of the people hanging out with everybody else who's basically washouts. So you got the Wipeout team, and then you got the content team. That's more or less what OnlyFans 2 was. There was just a new roster of new people cycling in new blood, because you had a whole bunch of veterans, and then you had new blood coming in, including Pirate Software, amongst the people who are supposed to be the veterans. People like Okari, people like the person who he's crashing out against, Because when I did my research into it, it was very clear the reason he was crashing out wasn't just because of him getting pushback. It was specifically because of the number 2 hand of the, at the time, guild leader, Tyler 1, which is Yamato's blade. So a French, not that kind of French, not my kind of French, not the I sell people into slavery French, the I let Macron destroy my country French, League of Legends player, a top laner even. That event and everything around that then led into everything that happened since that moment. And I know I'm being very words, but it's very important people understand this, because between all of those 3 perspectives I just explained, especially the Dr. K one, none of it mattered as much as it did until he actually had to talk to somebody like Dr. K. Because you could see, oh, you just can't admit when you're wrong, and you're not a human being. I understand. I get it. Because both versions that have happened before that moment, everybody was all big on the jokes, right? Because from if you let him tell it, if you let Jason Thor Hall tell it, because I
forgot his middle name is Thor, and he wants people to just refer to him as Thor. That's
like,
Yeah.
it is. If you let the personality that is Jason Thor Hall separate himself from his Green Goblin, which is Pirate Software, and by that same extension, Ferret Software, his ferret rescue that he likes to put a lot of his stolen valor into to use as a shield to say, oh, people are just doxing me, people are harassing me, they say my voice is fake, they say that I cheat at puzzle games, they're just swatting me.
He's doing a more subtle version of what Mama Max did with his voice.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Look, okay? If you've got a really high-pitched voice and you're a dude, just own it. That's what I did. You know what? Fuck it. I got a high-pitched voice. It is what it is. I live with it.
See, this isn't even my normal speaking cadence. I'm not using my deep voice. I have perfected the jester accent and jester voice on purpose so that I can have the fun of making fun of people who think that I'm something that I'm not. But that's just me, because I'm a performer. But it's really funny, because out of nowhere, I dropped my real deep-ass voice, and all of a sudden, wait a second, why did Carl turn into Ganondorf? Where's the laughter coming from? Where's the piano coming from? And why is it playing Nine of Nights in E minor? Anyways. So, if you like
I think it's so funny that this dude, like, he didn't just crash out over something so utterly stupid and meaningless, but it's the attitude he had about it.
See, like, I can tell you why. From his standpoint, right? From his standpoint, I can tell you exactly why. If you let Jason Thor Hall tell it, he was upset at Yamato's blade. And all of these 50 viewer, not 50K, but 50 viewer, literally who 2-figure Andes, trying to farm him for clout. So he kept trying to remind them, the only reason why you're here is because you small fishers are trying to steal views off of people like me. That's what he wanted to make it into. Because leading up to the Dire Mall incident, not just the first one where he almost wiped them because they accidentally pulled and then one guy got abandoned and it was a countdown to see if one of those other members could be able to survive long enough to get his 60-second teleport out of the dungeon after everybody else had bailed. But it was the second one where people died because of the raid leader fucking the pull, and then the raid leader told him to run, and so he kept running. And then they said, come back and salvage. And he's like, nah, intentionally miscast highest level of mana instead of using lower level cast of Blizzard. Interrupt Blizzard cast 1 second after casting it as a channel spell so that my mana's wasted. Use a speed haste spell so that I have no mana. No, bro, I'm out of mana. Mana Cloak is on cooldown.
I gotta say, a lot of the stuff you're saying right now is going over so many people's heads.
Basically, he knew that he could help them. He was told by a person he didn't like that you need to run. He then was told a mixed message call. He wanted to be an asshole and said, nope, you told me to run. I mean, I can't even help you. I don't have any resources. I'll intentionally use the resources to give myself the resources to help you so that I can say I don't have resources. So that later in the after action report inside the guild hall, when they asked questions about, okay, what happened? Let's go over to the logs. It's like, oh, he fucked up. You didn't listen to me. You said run. I listened to your call. You've been an asshole to me. I let you fucking hang for it. Fuck you. That's his viewpoint. That was his problem. The entire time. Every single step of the way, from the beginning of the events to when he eventually got G-kicked from the guild, Pirate Software had a problem with Yamato's blade. Mind you, I'm not saying that he is innocent from all the other shit he did. I am not saying that he's not an asshole, because he was an asshole to every single person who had a problem with him. He was a dick to Pirate, and Pirate worked around it. He was a dick to Yamato's blade, and Yamato's blade and him had their blood feud, because it was that very call where Yamato kept trying to talk over him and smug down to him that he rage quit, even though he was given more than enough time to talk and explain himself to Tyler, and he did, and Tyler agreed, because literally at the end of the day it was his hours over your hours. He didn't want to die, he didn't want to lose his character. You were the leader, you told him to run, it's whatever, dude. I don't really care that much. He had problems with Lakari, because he intentionally mocked Lakari to his face. He bragged about being a Blizzard employee for 7 years. Now he's trying to walk away from it. He's saying, oh, that was 9 years ago that I was a Blizzard employee 7 years ago. Which is where that new information that came out with that woman he was living with came out. Where he's wiping the nut on the wall, allegedly. We don't know if it's boogers. We don't know if it's him literally digging in his butt.
Boogers and cum. Boogers and cum.
Swiping something on her walls and being annoying and just being a Redditor looking at the internet all day.
How funny would it be if he was the Blizzard employee who was stealing breast milk?
Bro, don't put that on me. Don't put that in my head.
Funny.
Don't do that to me.
That's like some fucking Venture Brothers shit where like it all goes back to the character was involved in the big event. If it was Pirate Software the whole time who was the milk stealer, the breast milk thief, the breast milk bandit, I should say.
Let us use my scrying mirror to find out who the breast milk thief was.
That was the true. That's where he like really got the name of Pirate, because you know he was keel hauling for that breast milk booty.
Wow, bro, that's wild. Don't put that.
The company fridge is about to be boarded.
Don't put that on me. But yeah, if you let him tell it, that was his entire reason for crashing out. Nobody wanted to deep dive into that, and he was tired of being fucking questioned by Yamato, because Yamato was a dick. If you look into the drama and you didn't just pick up and say, "Oh my God, Maldivia's fig tree, you used to make porn." He didn't make porn. He sold anime porn avatars to other people, and that money got stolen by another guy. But now they're cool.
What the hell are some people just doing on the internet these days? Like, yeah, well, you see, this whole drama goes to this other guy who was selling anime porn avatars, but then had his money stolen.
Second Life and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
Yar ladies giving you the titty milk.
Honestly, but for all those people that all they cared about was the first path, Pirate 1 didn't want to deal with Yamato and his bullshit, so he rage quit. And then, after the event happened, all those people who went down path 1, just like Chud Logic, he's like, oh, all of you people, you're just trying to latch yourself onto my name, so I'm gonna persona non grata you, I'm gonna ignore you, I'm gonna block you, I'm gonna ban you from my chat rooms, you go into my chat room asking me questions, the moderators are now holding your messages and deleting them, I don't even see them, you people are swatting me, blah, 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 blah. Every single person that went down that line of content, he is basically saying the internet's trying to harass me and I'm not letting them break my community. That's the stance he took there.
I am now in hiding.
Like, it's weird. He's doing a fortress arc, but he didn't close the gates to the kingdom. So all of his moderators are getting attacked on his behalf because he can't take a joke and won't put his chat into sub mode or emote mode only, but then wants to be able to claim the victimhood as a victim about things he did to himself because he wouldn't admit the reason why he lied about Stop Killing Games. Because the thing that's important is that Stop Killing Games would not have been successful. Not that it wouldn't have been as big, it would not have been successful at all if all of us that made content about Pirate Software were not all riding the exact same jerk wave that was created when he was being a fucking jerk. Because it was the interest into putting egg on his face that made the internet put 1.4 million signatures on that poll. Also, well done, internet. Good job. You finally did it right the first time. Wonderful. Very good.
You know, Pirate Software was Lelouch. He got everybody to come together by being the villain that everyone could unite against.
Yes, unironically. And that's the second line, right? The second line of this content is that this is Code Geass. This is
R2, yeah.
Yeah, this is the R2 Sunrise reboot movies doing the reinterpretation line again. Just keep that one girl alive.
It's Zero. So they can do it's the Zero Requiem.
Like one of these days he's gonna come out and he's gonna admit, like, see, I was on your side all along. See, I wanted you guys to save gaming.
No, he's gonna watch Code Geass. He's like, that's my out.
Like,
this will work.
He's gonna come back and say, "Yeah, I wanted you to attack me because I knew you guys needed to have help, so I had to give you a reason to care about having ownership. Of course, I was always for stop killing games. That's why I told the creators behind the scenes that was the reason why. That's why I only talked to big figures. Because the other problem with Pirate Software is that he's a size queen. Whenever anybody has something to say, should he ever, lo and behold, ever hear our voices talking about him here, he's not going to acknowledge the arguments that are very well spoken and very well articulated. He's only going to refer to the things that he can find, that he can frame as a negative, without ever having to give attention to the person in question. So just like the rest of the fucking retards, excuse me, I don't like using that word often. I don't know if you consider that word a slur.
No.
No, I don't. I identify as retarded.
It is the same tactic that all of the Twitch debate bros of yesteryear, from Actual Jake to Shark03, have ever used to try and harass people, ignore the arguments that you're making, call you something that you're not, and then try to present you as red meat to the left-wing audience so they can go attack and cancel you. That has been a tactic time immemorial that's always been used on Twitch, especially amongst the people who are extremely opinionated about politics.
Well, we're seeing kind of a spin-off of this, but in the right wing, where you have like people that will basically do the same thing, but instead of to like a left-wing Twitch audience, it's like to a right-wing audience, where especially when it comes to like anime and stuff, and it's. Yes. I mean, that's why I thought Green Reddit was such a great like tagline, because it's like, yeah, that's literally what they're doing. They're just doing it from the other side and still being just as gay.
Yeah, you have good examples of people who've done this over the years, bringing up an audience for themselves, and then exactly the moment they hit critical mass, they fuck off into the wild blue yonder, and then they come back and rebrand themselves as anti-porn Christians, except for their one specific exception. So you got people like Mac and Libertarianism. Good example. She made an entire audience off of just, doing a cosplay thought from the other angle of Renthemus, and then when she had enough fame, got pregnant, made a pregnant cosplay edit, and then fucked off with all of her fame and fortune.
Wait, Renthemus got pregnant? That's news.
No, not Lauren Tiffany Leticio Cooper, the woman who tried to send a man to go assassinate me. No. Mac and Libertarianism, and an ANCAP. The girl who would always be wearing the I'm forgetting the redhead name from Evangelion.
Asuka?
That would always be wearing an Asuka cosplay. That girl, that woman.
Oh, Mackenzie Tough?
Mackenzie?
Yes,
Mackenzie Tough.
Yes. She used anime and cosplays to get her audience as an ANCAP, while still having her milquetoast opinions and still being a woman. And then when she got to that point, she completely cut all that off, rode into the sunset. She has her kid, and I believe she's having another one, dropped a fucking pregnant edit of herself as pregnant Pregumine, and then rode off to the sunset, and then started allying herself alongside people like JF Trent and John Delaroz and Vox Day, and other such figures from Comicscape.
I like Kenzie, though. I do like Kenzie.
I'm not saying you shouldn't like her. I'm just telling you what I know for a fact. Other examples would be people like John Delaroz, or more specifically, recently, Melanie Mack. Gooning is unacceptable. Only the Lord's approved ass. But for Laura Croft, all that all day, yes, sir. And then, of course, John Delaroz and his love of fucking Pokemon furry ass porn.
Well, John Delaroz got a man to kill himself, so fuck that guy.
Yes. So, all that stuff, when it comes to pirate software and his connection, there is a world where it could be logical that he will come out and say, after all this is blown over, that actually he was always on the side of the people, but he went out of his way to act like an idiot to give them a target to rally the internet behind, and it unironically will be his Zero Requiem. But then, of course, there's the more likely truth, which is the third line, which is when everybody else looked at that Dr. K interview with him, talking to him, looked at how he reacted when he made certain comments, did certain things, and just spoke and acted like he couldn't ever accept accountability for the way that he reacted. I believe the exact phrase that Dr. K used was being incomplete. Like, it's not that you're wrong, it's that you are incomplete with missing information. Because what he always did and has does. This is a weird burp. I can't burp. What he had did and has been doing and has done is that he always presented himself as a victim. Oh, I'm being doxxed. Oh, I'm being harassed. Oh, I'm being stream striked. Oh, I'm being hate rated.
The Keffel strategy.
Internet's attacking me. Yes, the Keffel strategy. The entire internet is attacking me, and it makes people feel like if you say, "But didn't you do this?" It makes you feel like you're an asshole for accusing this innocent victim for being harassed and harangued and antagonized. But actually, he's just incomplete with the information that he's given because he's not telling everybody else the things that he did, the way that he behaved. And if you bring that up, you're an evil troll Nazi. How dare you attack me like this? But in talking to those creators, even Charlie comes away with this opinion. Even Josh Strife Hayes came in with his opinion. Live on air, the only time where he talked about things like this, in this nature, with Dr. K. Dr. K clocked it and saw that his intentional use of what's called frame control was responsible for him doing this shit. He clocked it. Now the entire internet can see it every time they go back in all of those world-famous clips of his. The constant need for him to center himself and his issues. His need to be the smart guy. And to actually inform the chat how they're wrong. And the best part of it being that all this is characterized in that recent...
I'm not gonna lie, all of this info dump of drama and shit, I'm lost at this point.
Don't worry, I'm wrapping up.
This is too much for me, man.
Don't worry,
we're getting a lot of shit I don't give a fuck about.
Don't worry, I'm wrapping up. All this behavior, it was characterized in that recent Meat Canyon edit. That Meat Canyon cartoon that he made apart software, that's his entire attitude. And that's everything. He's full of himself, and he can never be wrong. He will tell you how you have things the wrong way around, even though he put the fucking information behind his head on the screen, and will say 1 + 1 = 3, when clearly it's fucking 2. He will not ever take blame. He'll never apologize, because he doesn't want to give a win to the public. If he gives one to the public, that means he has to apologize to everybody, and he's not apologizing to everyone.
See, that's the thing. He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys that he famously cannot take an L. He just can't. And in trying not to take an L, he ends up taking several over and over again, you know? Mm-hmm. I've been dealing with someone that's the same way, you know? They say something retarded and they get pushback, and then instead of just taking the L or like going fucking off, they have to double and triple and quadruple down on it and take another L and get insulted by another community and then crash out about it.
Yes.
They feel like they need to, folks like that and folks like Pirate Software, they need to be the big man that everybody adores and reveres. And when they see an L situation, they see that as a threat to their beloved standing, and they can't take the L because they feel like it's a problem they need to fix. And you can't really fix being wrong. You just have to accept it and learn from it. You know, it's like the fighting game thing of, you know, a loss, that's just data. You have to take an L like that, but they can't because they see it as, oh shit, my you know, it's this is like a danger to their, not even position, like something almost physical.
It's a danger to their career.
Yeah, like if they taking an L. It's like their position socially. It's like a model they've built, like they've got a Gunpla or something. And taking an L, it's like shit. I like you're trying to connect a hand part or something, and just the
ego death again from Tomas.
Yeah,
it is
but
ego
it's like,
death.
I'm trying to put in the, but it's like it's not clicking right. Well, they don't assume. Well, there must be something else. Nah, it's supposed to, I've decided it's supposed to go in there, and they're jamming it, and they hear like a crack sound, like, and they're like, fuck, and now they're scrambling to fix whatever it is they just broke.
Mhm.
And in doing so, they're just damaging the plastic pieces more and more.
It's like either they're breaking it or they have to cover up the fact that they have broken it, and by covering up that they are breaking it, more people are noticing all the other mistakes they made the entire time that other people didn't notice because they weren't really paying attention. But now that it's being gone over with a fine-tooth comb, you see all the cracks and the wear and the tear, and they're just sweating, trying to figure out, oh man, how am I going to explain all this shit? It is actual ego death for them, because his career is tied to this persona of himself. That's why I said Thor and Pirate Software. They're not the same person. The identity Pirate Software has to be protected by Jason Thor Hall in order for him to maintain that illusion that he knows what he's talking about. But when you find him wrong about something, and he won't admit fault for it, he has to say that you're a doxer. Because ultimately, when you really lay it down as simply as I have been, because I understand you're saying that it was going over your head, it's as simple as, is this true, yes or no? Is this banana blue, yes or no? Is the sky blue, yes or no? What Pirate Software will do is say, well, the sky isn't blue. It's actually the... He does the fucking, what's that scientist? The black scientist's name?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, he does the Neil deGrasse Tyson. Well, actually, the universe shows us that it's not actually blue. It's the light reflecting off the water drop. I don't care! Is the sky blue? Because you have to get all the other laymen on the same side. Because it's as obvious that any person on the bell curve, one side of the bell curve, that's supposed to be all the dumb people, and the other side of the bell curve, that's all the smart people. He's in the middle as a midwit, saying that the sky is not blue, it's the water droplets being blue. While everybody else on both sides of the bell curve says, no, it's obviously blue. We don't...
He's just another guy, he's just desperate to be special. He needs to be somebody. And then
obviously, that's Twitch, that's that Twitch shit.
Yeah, he just can't accept what he has. He always has to be like when he the most recent drama where it was exposed that he had a moderator that was literally keeping his hype train going so that he could surpass Neuro again. Like it's just he has this obsessive need to be on top, and he's willing to do anything to do it. And he part of his not taking an L stuff is because he's like, yeah, I have to be on top no matter what. I can't take an L. I can't just admit when I was wrong about something. It's like, you know, it's it is the children who are wrong, you know, Principal Skinner.
Yeah. And the dumb thing is, like, first place, consistent first place is untenable and unrealistic. Like, you're going to be second, third, fourth. You're going to be in a lower place, and that's fine. There's no number one. It's a tier. And when you can't realize that, and you get that dumb, like the Ricky Bobby meme, if you're not first, you're last shit, that's when it's like if you're playing a video game and you see the win-loss ratio of your opponent, you're not going to be impressed if they have 100% wins. You're going to be like, ah, shit, he cheats. Ah, shit, he's running software.
Going to be something, it's going to be the thing that keeps you up at night, where you're going to constantly look at your statistics, and it's kind of the thing that happens with most people who end up becoming very horrible players with bad attitudes. They get so adjusted to making everybody their nemesis and rival that eventually, if they do end up as number one, they have no rivals, but they have no friends, and they have no family, and they have no accolades of worth and measure to lay on, and they only have this one thing that is their claim to fame. And so if somebody else that has friends and family in community, yes, if somebody that has friends and has family and has community and actually has real, and when I say community, I don't mean the way that they say community, as in you actually know these niggas. You actually commune with them. You are having brunch with them on Sundays, and considering who Sonic Fox is, probably having sex with them afterwards.
Jesus.
all these people that you are actually being held alongside, that person you're facing, he's the anime protagonist. He's Smitty Woodward Jaegerman Jansen, and he's coming for your title. And if he takes it from you, you have nothing. That's who he ends up becoming. And I say it's the Twitch shit because that's what Twitch does to you. Because they gamify everything about that site. And the discovery system, being a game maker system, that's his gamer mandate of heaven. His supposed gamer mandate of heaven, which has been more or less stripped from him. Or it's like he has it. I think the term is called a nude emperor. He wants you to believe
The emperor
that he's
wears
still
no
wearing
clothes.
the emperor's.
Yeah.
Yes, that he's still wearing his new clothes, but everybody can clearly see this man's dick wiggling in the breeze. He needs you to believe that what he's saying is true. And if you're amongst his most oikophobic followers, people who don't like other people, if you're amongst his very zealot, like xenophobic and oikophobic followers that refuse to let the light in, then clearly everybody's against us. Why did the internet turn against us? But even if the other popular creators say the same thing all the literally who's and who is that's are saying, well, what's more likely? The entire world, including all of your former friends and colleagues, are all turning on you for just a little drop of clout? Or maybe you did in fact fuck up. And you fucked up a lot. And you said things that you didn't mean, or more than likely you did mean. You didn't apologize for it, and you just kept digging. Pull up! Pull up! No, if I pull up, if I pull up, then I'll look stupid. If you pull up, you live. No, I'd rather die. Okay? I guess you're dying! It's really weird. And that's just been him for the last 11 months in a row. And it's only gotten worse for him because since it's now safe to attack him, out come the knives! Stab, stab, stab.
I think he's just done. I think he's done as a public figure, really.
If he ever is able to regain it, he will have to constantly tell lies about this period in his career. Because it's not to say that he can't recover. It's just he will never be at his peak again. Because everybody saw this happen. The fact that everyone in the universe is unified on pirate software, because since you're known by everybody, all of those world-famous clips that gave you the audience that you had are now damning you every time somebody sees them. Because we can just be able to refute what you're saying about them. Like, the time where he then tried to lie and say he never brought up his that he never brought up that he was a member of Blizzard, like thousands of us had.
Oh yeah, there's a whole compilation of him saying it over and over again.
Thousands of us had compilations of our own showing that he was lying through his teeth. The entire bit of 9 years ago, I was a part of Blizzard for 7 years, is him trying to walk himself away from now his toxic connection to the company. Because if he mentions that he's a part of the company, then people are going to roll their eyes. So now he has to dismiss that. So there goes another feather in your cap and a badge off your shirt. You're going to walk away from your dad's connection to you? Are you going to say that you weren't a child of nepotism? Because this woman's testimony says that you were, in fact, a child of nepotism. So sure, your dad didn't help you get hired at your job at Blizzard, but he did protect you. And other people felt that their career was threatened if they talked about you or judged you or tried to correct you because they were actively told that. So were they lying? Was the entirety of Blizzard trying to take you down too? Did that woman just treat you poorly, like you were some type of transgender going through a gender crisis and they were just not treating you well during your time? Were you like Spencer with people like Mama Max complaining about him not giving you the nacho cheese for your Taco Bell $5 box while you abandoned your dog in another fucking state? No, it can't possibly be. So which one is it? Are you a fucking liar? Are you a liar? Or are you just a fucking schizophrenic loser? None of these make you look good, but you have to take one of them.
Not gonna lie, when you said Spencer, I thought you were gonna start talking about mushroom Swiss burgers.
No. No.
Not that one.
No, Spencer, the fat fuck friend of Mama Max, that was basically overstaying her welcome in his home.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. I was like, wait a minute.
Like, it's the most bizarre thing that I personally get annoyed by, because it's like, I understand not wanting to apologize to people who you perceive are trying to farm you and literally make money off of you for clips, right? Because that's Ethan Klein's story. Someone's attacking his family. People are calling CPS on his house. People are making money off of his content and are trying to maliciously do so where they brag about how they're stealing your views. but he's not experiencing that same thing. He's not getting the same situation. But he wants to live in the victimhood like he is. And that pisses people who have actually been in that situation off. Because nobody likes being victimized randomly for nothing. If you're going to hate me honestly. But if you keep harassing me like I've done nothing to you, or that we've done something to you, like all we said was, can you please not be an asshole? Someone's going to break first. I think the entire world's going to make him snap, and clearly have, before he can get anybody to be like, well, guys, I think we're being a little bit mean. No, we're not being mean enough. He clearly has never been in this situation before. Because if it was any of us, we would be monetizing. We'd be farming this for like months, if not for years. It'd be a running joke. If we were VTubers, it'd be a running joke. If we're flesh tubers, as they call us, the IRL people who stream on camera, we'd be making this a living meme and a running joke of communities. But he just doesn't. He's not agile. He doesn't know how to flex. He doesn't know how to pivot, and so he's just dying.
I think at this point we're talking in circles.
But yeah, I mean, like the TLDR is essentially that Pirate Software just can't take an L. He cannot take an L. He can't meme on himself. He can't just be like, there are some moments where like people fuck with you and you just have to laugh at yourself for it, because it's like, well, what is getting mad about it going to accomplish, right? Like I had people trying to cancel me a year ago because I had an interaction with a VTuber, right? And like the internet made a big deal about it, even though it wasn't really a big deal. It's like, right, you just have to laugh about it and move on because people are being retarded. Like that's all he had to fucking do.
He just compounded it more with the stop killing game shit.
Yeah,
I'm already circling the drain. Well, why circle when I can just dive down the center?
I mean, on to the stop killing games stuff. To say that it was not important for stop killing games to exist would be a lie, because it's the same shit that we deal with all the time, right? Like Pirate Software attempting to make himself the liaison to stop that movement in the tracks because he has a vested interest in making money off of his live service game with the company from off-brand, and then saying, I have to leave this because they're doing that too. It's just shades of the same thing that we've been dealing with since, like, forever with all the companies. Because the deeper T there is then the Visa or MasterCard shit that has happened in the interim, right? No Mercy, Collective Shout, and now the UK Citizens Protection Law that has gone into effect that is making everything under the sun attempt to identify your age with AI verification. The need to do something about it does probably require a content creator or like a large figure to get the ball rolling, as Ross from The Accursed Farms did, but it doesn't require them in order to get momentum to continue. Because I also had, like, I do my live show on Sundays, Yappin' with Carl. There's been like 20 shows so far, because I started it this year, like a few months ago. The entire need to talk about that problem is a perpetual issue that we've been dealing with for years. It just so happens to be that this cycle of the conversation has now proceeded with an idiot Lolcowsburg not taking L's for lying about the movement, and then crazy, upset UK/Australian feminists who seem to have ties to the government actively pushing the slippery slope of censorship onto video games, because first they came for the blue archivists and the gooners, and we did not defend them, for we were not people who loved, I can't say the word, but it's spelled C-U-N-N-Y, and it's pronounced with a behind it.
Yeah, well, the problem is, like, people that want power know that if you want to get power, you need to get people to give you power. So in order to get people to give you power, you have to come out like you're going against something that they will be okay with you seizing power to get rid of. Because they're not going to have the foresight that, yeah, if you get rid of this thing I don't like, you might come back and get rid of something I like. Oh, you'll totally just get rid of the thing I don't like and then fuck off, right? No, they never do. And
that's why we're seeing what's happening with Visa and MasterCard, because it's like, like all these people that were like, you say, oh, we need to get, we need to get rid of all this gooner shit, whatever. And then it's like, oh, well, actually, we're censoring free speech too. It's like, no, I didn't want you to get rid of that.
Yeah, because the porn and like things that people find distasteful are easy targets. So it's like, it's not even just porn games, but it's not like, oh, we'll bring up that minors are involved. Oh, it's depictions of minors. And like, so that way, if someone tries to defend it, oh, are you defending depictions of minors?
Well, see, it's the framing thing, right?
I think that,
and this is something I've talked about for a long time. Dishonest framing. What they do is they twist words and twist meaning in order to try to paint it in the worst possible light humanly possible, and so they can try to gin up support because they say it in such a way, like they won't come out and just outright say the word. They try to weasel word it, so it's like, well, I didn't call so and so this, I didn't say this, I didn't do this, because they're a cowardly bitch who won't just fucking say it because they know that there's laws against defamation. So what they do is they do this dishonest framing bullshit to try to make it sound as bad as humanly possible to try to gin up support for themselves.
Yeah, and it's like, you know what? Sure, I will defend this awful content. I will absolutely defend it because it's the whole, I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend the death. Your right to speak.
Right to speak it, yeah.
I will. Yeah, I find your fetish abhorrent, but I will defend to the death your right to express it in a legal and safe environment. If you want to draw pictures of children getting raped by tentacles made of shit, I don't care. It's an image. It's of fiction. Let it exist. I find it distasteful. I find it disgusting. I will judge you. But that is where it should end, is my judgment. I will call you a piece of shit. I will laugh because it's kind of funny. It's the tentacles of shit, piece of shit. And then I will disassociate with you completely. But if
I will look away. I will never, I will mute you so I never have to see that shit.
Yes. But if you are going to be the door by which they think they can open and get in here and start taking over and achieve total domination, yes, I will defend the abhorrent artwork because I know how this works. You will try to get abhorrent artwork banned so you can then start chipping away at more and more material, calling that material abhorrent until all that remains is what you personally approve of, because all you care about is power and control, because there is nothing a mediocre person needs more than control over others, because it pisses them off that they don't have control over themselves, their lives. They don't have any aspect in their daily life where they feel powerful. They don't have charisma, they don't have beauty, they don't have talent, they don't have anything in life in which they excel and can feel above in some way or special in some way or meaningful. And so they seize it by taking control over everyone else so they can never feel that way again. So yes, absolutely, I will proudly defend the most disgusting and depraved porn. As long as it's not live action. The most disgusting and depraved drawings, the most disgusting and depraved video games, I will happily defend them. I do not care what the material is. No one should have the right to take away the access to anything from a consenting adult that does not break the law. Even if that thing makes you sick, makes me sick, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You can't... We have learned that the slippery slope is absolutely real. It's not a fallacy, and in fact, it exists in places that you would have thought, nah, I think you're exaggerating when you think it's a slippery slope there. Nah, it turns out it did.
Ultimately, it's like it's a plank that exists at the top of the Mott and Bailey, and behind the castle, the plank is lathered with wet soap.
Yep.
That is more or less how it works. The Mott and the Bailey is where they would say, well, no, we'll keep some of these things, but we're going to get rid of the other of these things. And then they put those things out onto the plank, and out on the side is Kukugo drawing the pictures of the anime profiles and characters and protagonists that they're cooking off of the hill to make them smash against the jagged rocks below. And every time this has been done, it started way before with the Satanic Panic. Then it moved to people like Jack, what is his name? Thompson. Then it moved to Anita Sarkeesian. Then after her, it moved to multiple other figures alongside her and Zoe Quinn, real name Chelsea Van Valkenburg of the Valkenburgs, a very rich family. Rest in peace, Alex Walka. She lied. trying to push the window ever so closer to the point where, with the original creation of the ASRB to censor things like Mortal Kombat, the people of formerly Midway, now NetherRealm Games, are the people who are pushing for the censorship, because once upon a time in 2013, at a keynote speech, there was a man by the name of, there was a man by the name of Neil Druckmann that said that these characters are not just characters, they're role models, and put the likenesses of Ayasuke and Lara Croft and Jade and Scarlet and Sonya Blade up on a projector in a hall, and now that person is making Intergalactic after ousting Amy Hennig from her own company that she helped build up through years with Uncharted and other works credited to her name. Uncharted.
It is kind of appropriate because we see this. Let me see this in FGC, where if you can outdo someone because they're just better than you, use social credit to get rid of them. Amy Hennig was a phenomenal writer, and all you have to do is look at the legacy of Kane. She doesn't even have to make anything else. And she's done all these other great things. You don't even have to bring them up. Just bring up the legacy of Kane, and she teabags Neil Druckmann as a writer. And he knows it. So he got rid of her, because how else could he be above her when she is clearly superior to him? So he pulls that shit. Like, this is what mediocre people do, because they can't just exist in a mediocre existence. They crave the exceptionalism of exceptional people. And they will, because they're mediocre, they can't achieve it. So they'll backstab and be sneaky and do all these other things to try and steal it.
Yes. It's ultimately the reason why the history of groups like Insomniac and Naughty Dog are going down the shitter. Because besides the work that she did to try and make his original script work, and then him stealing it and saying, no, I made it, and then using shell companies to stop people from talking about the game leaks before it was able to be revealed. Thank you, Just Some Guy, back when you were not being a dumbass black liberal like you currently are now.
God, I haven't heard that name in a while.
Yeah.
I got them all. They're all up here in my mind palace. But despite all of that shit, it has been a frequent problem that whenever we have to deal with this beast, especially now that we're dealing with the ESG / diversity, equity, and inclusion tactics, or whatever subterfuge name they try to adapt to now, which I believe is Bridge. We've never truly been able to pin the smoking gun directly onto the credit card companies and the payment processors, simply because by the nature of how the foundation of banking works, the debanking process has always been a secretive issue. But then when they tried it this time, because of Collective Shout attacking No Mercy and then attempting to attack multiple other games the way that they attacked other notable titles in the past, when they fucked with Valve this time, Valve actually finally gave a response where before they would have been silent and said, oh no, they're attacking us using Rule 5.12.7 to deplatform legal adult games. So ultimately, the win condition here in this situation is that MasterCard and Visa have to clearly state that the rule doesn't apply to lawful game sales in order for them to claim that, quote, crime and fiction does not make fiction, it doesn't make the fiction criminal. You cannot say, because this work is obscene, that therefore I deserve the right to remove it. Because at that point, this is an argument that will destroy the entire scene. Because if obscene and lewd humor, or lewd, gratuitous violence, or sexual violence that is not purely sanitized and medicinal and scientific in nature is bad, therefore it must be banned, even The Last of Us Part 2 would have to go. Because how is it that you can't have the soccer series, and you can't have Summer Beach Vacation for a Dead or Alive Extreme, but I'm forced to watch this character that is being mocapped by other real people have butt sex or vaginal sex?
How funny must it have been to be a fly on the wall during that mocap session?
Well, here's the kicker. The kicker is that he mocapped both characters.
No, fuck.
He did.
Yes,
he admitted to it.
It's true. It's true.
Neil Druckmann mocapped himself fucking himself in the ass. I'm not kidding.
don't know what's funnier. Imagining Neil Druckmann in the mocap suit being the giver or the receiver. Neil Druckmann having to be on all fours, imitating getting plowed.
That's why it's so goddamn robotic. You know that's not a woman.
Of course you know it's not a woman.
It's just him with his stupid beard and the mocap suit on all fours, jostling like he's getting fucked from behind. And there's a bunch of technicians around him recording it.
I think you broke him, Gator.
Yeah, imagine having to watch that mocap session of just Neil Druckmann bent over wearing the stupid mocap suit. And all he's doing is just, thrusting himself forward because he's a dude, so he doesn't know well, I don't know. He might know what it's like to get fucked in the ass. We don't know.
Do you remember that scene from Family Guy where he was trying to become a show dog? And the reward was supposed to be that he got to breed with the female winner, and he loses. And then we're watching the view of her apologizing to him as she's getting bred by the winner dog. It's just everybody looking at him during that scene from that angle, from the mocap rig inside the studio.
Cody's still broke because he's just imagining Neil Druckmann staring at the mocap booth with a smile as he's pretending to get railed from behind by himself.
The vivid imagination is a blessing and a curse.
You're gonna have to draw that at some point.
I can see it. I can see it all. I can see like the guys in the fucking sitting behind their computers just watching oh my god, how good of a sketch would this be? Like first we see him in the mocap suit, and then we cut over to the guys at the computer, and then we see on the computer screen it's like the little wireframe guy on all fours getting.
Trust no one, not even yourself.
You have to draw and articulate his fucking his drooling moan face and how they tried to draw it onto Abby's face, and they're just like, I feel wrong animating this.
That could be like so you got the wireframe of him fucking himself, but then in like the corner in a window is like the actual screen of Neil Druckmann's face making the face.
He's got the dots on his face, the whole thing trying to make an expression.
That's like something that Kyle would make. This is like a Kyle. This is like, Cody, do you want to go viral? This is how you do it, right fucking here.
God.
You make that, you take that meme from a dream into reality.
Oh, I think I got my hands full doing the Andy Yiffith show.
Yeah. Right.
I'm probably gonna do a quick, easy cartoony picture of that when I get back from my trip. Oh god. I just gotta figure out how to make it funny. Yeah, I don't know, if Mega 64 hadn't gone full cuck, I would have okay, we gotta talk. I have the sketch for you.
Right.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh god, I almost killed me. Before we go, because we gotta wrap it up soon.
Yeah, and I gotta read the super chats real quick too.
Yeah. We can't go 5 hours tonight. I do want to say, because we were talking about the credit card processors thing, and then, as you know, Trump recently signed the executive order, sort of the first step toward that. There's also a bill in Congress, so you should, you should
call your congressman and or senator and tell them, hey, you need to vote for this. You need to make sure this reaches the floor and passes.
Yeah. That's like step 2. But, Trump signed the executive order basically saying you can't debank people. And it's like a step step against what Visa and MasterCard are doing.
It should have been a law in the first place, but we're here now.
Yeah, it should have. But, the problem with the government being so full of old people is they're so behind everything.
Yeah, because fucking boomers.
Yeah.
They don't understand this technological age, and they refuse to adapt to it.
Exactly. But you might be like, well, Trump seemed to be really quick. It's odd that Trump signed this so shortly after this thing with Steam happened, which is why I have a theory that Barron's in his ear, And Baron he's online somewhere. He's under some pseudonym. I wouldn't be surprised if one of our favorite shit posters online is just Baron Trump. Just turns out to be Baron Trump.
Like Baron?
Yeah, Baron
He
Trump.
went up to his dad.
Baron Trump, aka Aryan cunny rapist or something like that.
Yeah, like he went up to his dad and said, "Hey, Dad, you heard about this thing? Like, oh, it's bullshit. You should look at this." And it's got everybody real pissed. It's like this Visa MasterCard, and it's like they're taking stuff off the game sites and everything. And they're taking like this guy lost his PayPal over here. You should do something about that. It's probably because it's pissing people off. And Trump's probably like, oh, well, that piss him. If that's pissing people off, and I do something about it, that makes him like me. You know that motherfucker's all about his legacy. That makes him like me.
It would be something like that because if he's not telling Donald, he's definitely telling JD Vance, and he's telling JD Vance's children, and then he's telling JD Vance directly. Because the fact that JD Vance is so articulate and well spoken on almost everything he does, because he understands how to deal with these problems with the acumen that he already possesses and has. Like it was all the way back on the day of the inauguration.
JD Vance is another guy. He's another guy that 100% has a lurking account on X, and he was sharing all of the dank memes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just posting directly from his account. Oh, he's just.
Oh, no, he does that too. He does that too. But he's got an alt.
Absolutely got an alt.
He's in the based Giga Chad right wing red pill DM groups.
Yeah, but it was something that was pretty obvious even back during the inauguration. You remember that moment where Elon's mugging to the camera and Baron happened to be seated next to him, and they caught the expression on both of their faces?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like that's the moment where you know.
I have a sneaking suspicion that basically, unironically, the gamers have a pipeline to Donald Trump. Unironically.
Unironically, we could in fact get Trump to tweet Gamergate.
We can do it. We can do it. So it'll finally happen this time.
The 20-year plan. The 20-year plan. How about them apples, medical? God, I don't want. I don't want him to do it. I don't want to hear Sargon smug. I think I would die.
To be fair, I think Sargon's been kind of humbled over the years.
Sargon has humbled himself over the years, having to go employ other people and deal with the problems that have obviously arisen from his "I wouldn't even rape you" comments. Because besides the YouTube shit, it's just the nature that the fact that we've been proven correct over time because of how stupid shit was, but it's required you to be in a frame of reference where maturity has to lead first, not immaturity. It's why people like this Maxterson and what was his name? What was the guy in the fucking wheelchair from?
Oh, Tonkasaw.
Tonkasaw.
Yeah.
You can't have Jeff Holidays. You can't have different black guy, some black guy, which is different from just some guy. Two different black people. You can't have them. You can't have John Gerebi, who clearly murdered his wife.
Yeah.
You can't have any of those people.
I dropped my wife off in the forest, and now I'm going to clean my house with a chemical agent.
You can't have people like that inside this new age sphere of up and coming people, right? The new blood individuals themselves are coming up, and they have these ready-made communities that they've been building because they've been here since the beginning. They were just smaller figures. They were 2-figure people, 3-figure people. Now accounts like mine are like, what, 2,500? And yet people apparently know me in places that I would have never expected. It's those people that are having to carry the torch now for people like Sargon and June and even Dev and whoever else. And it's like slowly over time, not all the time, many people are being proven right on things. Like, we're finding out details that we were never able to confirm until now. Even though we didn't like her, rest in peace to her, Susan Wojcicki was able to prove that, oh yeah, the left wing did have a stranglehold on the censorship method and on the method of delivery for information. They are dying out because they can't compete with the sheer fact that without having advertisers holding them up and giving them money, that we're now seeing an entire change move further to the right, further to the right wing of the spectrum, where people are able to exist and not just be silenced. Because on this Visa MasterCard shit, if this had happened like 8 years ago, we would have never figured out.
It did happen 8 years ago. It just happened.
Yeah, actually, no, you're right. It did.
It did happen 8 years ago. Well, because like so many people were getting deplatformed way back. I mean, I fucking lost my PayPal account because I pissed off Ian Miles Chong and he like spam reported it until they deleted my account. Why? Because I pointed out that Ian Miles Chong, God, what was it? I can't fucking remember what it was specifically. Actually, now that I think about it,
American citizen?
No, it was something else.
Did it have to do with the dog flashbang?
It might have something to do with that when he swatted Andy Worski. But I just remember specifically that it was Ian Miles Chong that did it because I had posted something about something that he did, and then he seethed, and then the next day, not only was I blocked, but I got like a fucking letter from PayPal, and and Streamlabs too. I had like lost and of course I got my Streamlabs back, but PayPal never reinstated my account. Which, you know what, I should probably just fucking email them that White House declaration and say, yeah, give me my account back.
If I remember, I believe the first debanking event happened with Patreon, right? It was the N-word moment where Carl Benjamin called a bunch of Nazis the N-word because they were acting like white N-words. And what was it? It was then Vosh that then used the N-word tactically as a tactical nuke. And when Carl did it, everybody got either lost their money or they lost the ability to support their favorite creator on Patreon because they were being deplatformed by, what was his name, Jack Tonti, the founder or the CEO operator at that time, if he still is, of PayPal. And then everybody just either went to places like Patreon, and then Patreon got debanked. Because, you know, Dick Masterson is who he is. This was during the time where content creators like Soph.
I don't think Dick Masterson ran Patreon. I think that was somebody. Wasn't that the ghost gun
he was
guy?
Involved with it. He was probably involved with it, or he used it himself.
Because Dick used New Project 2. That was his like thing, but I don't know.
Yeah, New Project 2. But there was two of them going at the same time. There was Patreon, there was New Project 2, there was creators like Lutorda Corbis / what was her name? Soph that were coming up in the sphere at the time. Multiple people that basically were getting memed on with that original joke where it's like, why don't you build your own bank? Why don't you build your own audience? Why don't you build your own payment processors? And then people actually did do that. Or at least they created the network and the communities that would then lead to them doing that. I remember it because it was a very specific thing that people kept speaking out about because a lot of people did it. I know that Jeff Holiday spoke about it. I know that a bunch of canceled figures that have either now gone into the woods or have just been, you know, chilling out in their Gab dungeons have been like seething about it for years while trying to stack their Ethereum.
You know, sometimes you hear stuff from a bygone age and it makes you nostalgic, and I'm hearing these names again, and it's just making me so happy that shit's gone and dead.
Dude, internet blood sports died, and thank God, and hopefully the sector will follow swiftly.
Yeah.
One day. But yeah, all of those.
This is so gay.
It really is.
If this at all,
it was gay then. It's gay now.
Like, if all of this were to have happened during that time period, in the exact way it's happening here, I don't think it would have gone through, simply because of how many of those people revealed themselves to be really on the sauce, particularly for their particular fetishes. Some names notwithstanding from others, some more obvious than others. I'm pretty sure John Garapi would have revealed himself as a lolly lover if he had to, considering what he married and then has allegedly not murdered.
Yeah, he likes little girls. It makes him feel so good.
But the fact that we actually have a citing of the rule from places like Valve, who would have quietly dealt with the problem behind the scenes while we sing the praises of Gabe Newell, it is a very strange time to be a part of. Because the reason a lot of this shit happens is because we don't really organize as well as we really should when it comes to our consumer revolts. And I don't mean that in the Gamergate sense. I mean that in the general, we don't revolt very well because we don't bring things together very well. We're very bad at organizing that.
There's usually less organization and more just a wave of the masses. Like, the masses, unfortunately, will put up with things for a long time, longer than they should, but eventually they snap. And when they snap, it's a lot of fucking people. And that's kind of how it just keeps going over and over. And it's kind of where we are politically right now. That's why Donald Trump happened. People put up with a lot of bullshit for a long time.
That's why he won twice. Because people got tired of
times.
Yeah, three times. 3 times. Yeah. People got tired of this stuff and being censored and treated like dog shit. And guess what happened? Like when people get treated badly, guess what they do? They revolt. And they do it every single time. And
they will put up with things for a long time, but the moment like the cracks show, that's why like tyrants are on borrowed time. Like, every time there's a totalitarian government, it eventually collapses.
Well, I'll tell you what the X factor was this time. The X factor, because after 2016, every single like website, social media, NGO, like all the intelligence agency, they all got together and they said, we have to completely shut down and censor the internet. And it worked. It worked. A lot of what was actually misinformation was being reported as, you know, the gospel according to, you know, some staffer sitting in Langley in his underwear, right? And that's basically what happened for the next like couple of years is you had intel agencies, NGOs, government officials, and corporations controlling the narrative and telling you what you were supposed to believe. And if you believed something different, you got deplatformed immediately, you got debanked, you got, you know, all of your shit destroyed. And then this crazy little autist with a bunch of money, with fuck you money, named Elon Musk said, you know what, fuck it, I'm buying Twitter and changing its name. Mm-hmm. And that's what changed the paradigm. Because now, before, you had the only way you could get information out was you had to like go to like Gab or whatever, right? You had to create an account on the Fediverse, like somewhere like Post, right?
You had to use alternate media.
Right.
Yeah.
And those have a ceiling, and you're not going to be able to broadcast information to people at large because, again, all of those communities have a ceiling for the maximum number of people that they're ever going to get. When Elon Musk bought Twitter, it was a massive paradigm shift because Twitter was already established. It already had its built-in viewership, just like how Facebook learned that they're never going to really be able to get Zoomers to engage with their platform, hence why they bought Instagram. You are never going to be able to convince people to stop using Twitter and go to Pedo Sky. It was never gonna happen. And so all these competitors,
it just shows how astroturf this entire movement is, because when you did give like here's an alternate platform, and this is where like all the left wing, you know, we're gonna run it like old Twitter was, and no one wants to go there. So many people that went to Blue Sky pulls the example that, well, X is so toxic. It's so, people are just so mean here. And look at, oh well, Blue Sky, everybody's nice. No one wants to go over there. The platform fucking dying. It's on its way out. The numbers are going down, down, down. No one wants to do that shit. People are leaving for Blue Sky and coming back to Twitter.
Yeah, because it's not Blue Sky, it's Blue Scold. You leave Twitter trying to leave evil right-wing Nazis who make jokes about you that you can only see if you go to look at them. They're not blocking you, they're not ignoring you. You're just seeing the memes and you're mad that it's on your timeline. You go to Blue Scold, you say one thing out of order, you're getting canceled by 50 people.
It just goes to show how artificial the entire movement is. Like, you require information control to survive.
Yeah,
that's how it always was. Yeah, that's how it always was.
They literally had to control everything from YouTube to X to Facebook. Like, they literally controlled absolutely everything. And the moment that there was one website they didn't have control over, the whole thing fell apart.
Yep, and that's the thing. Like, totalitarianism cannot survive, but it's too enticing, so it keeps happening. It really is. It's like America is a microcosm for this. Because you especially can't do totalitarianism on people that have known freedom. That's why North Korea still survived, because the entire population is gaslit. They keep them stupid. If you have people that have known freedom, you can't take that shit away. And America is so fucking powerful that if you control America, you really do rule the world. I mean, other countries and their sovereignty, whatever, but if America wanted to, and wanted to stop bullshitting, you'd just be gone. We kind of proved that recently, where we just eliminated, like, in the cover of darkness, dead of night, and we just wiped Iran's nuclear program off the map. because we finally just realized you can do things.
You can just do things, yeah.
Yeah, that and the economic control we have, like, you have to, like, when America makes a law for what businesses can do, it's what the business can do across the globe. Because you have to do business in America. So we control all of the world's business. So it is so enticing to control America so that you can essentially, if you control America, you rule the world. But thank God we were founded by people that weren't retarded and realized that this shit could get big and built the United States government in a way that it effectively can't have absolute power. If, in a way, like, there's issues with that, like, you really can't get anything done in America. It's a struggle to get anything done. But at the same time, you can't have a king. You can't have a ruling party. But people still want to try. Because, oh my God, that power, though. And it's this constant, like, it takes decades to play out, which is the annoying part. But it really is just a decade-long version of Sideshow Bob with the rakes. Like, it just keeps... You keep going for it, and then you keep getting a rake to the face. And it might take you a while, again, especially, back in the day, but now with the internet, it's even faster. Like, if I could just control America, then I could control, and then you try to control America, and you get a rake to the face. And then another motherfucker said, yeah, maybe if I just step slightly to the left, I won't get the rake to the face, and I'll control America, and it'll be great. He steps to the left, and another rake goes in his face. And this just keeps happening. It's this constant game of, I want to have all the power, but you can't have all the power. It is impossible to have all the power. Having all the power causes a total collapse of the infrastructure you're standing on, and you being up high, meaning your plummet will be the farthest and the deadliest. But people just can't help themselves. And it's just fascinating to me. It just keeps playing out again and again and again and again. It's like, dude, if we censor, we control, we have money. Good for you. You're still going to get dementia when you're 80 and die, like, slowly, painfully, and horrifically. No matter how much money you have. And then you're not going to get all the control you want. Now people are just going to hate you, and then your grave will be pissed on.
It's ultimately just a curse scepter, because it comes down to power, fame, and popularity, as well as recognition. And multiple spheres of influence have this problem with this kingmaker system, because it's nice to have kingmakers who then bring people who are, quote, worthy of the fame, popularity, money, and power. But most of them, they're really not deserving. They were just first. In the sphere of content creators, a lot of these people like Pokimane and Hassan Piker and even Steven Bonnell and other people like that, they were just the first of many. Like, the EHD drama, the Ethan Hassan Destiny drama, is a perpetual cycle of orbiters, both past, present, and future, trying to fight for some level of relevance in the sphere because they want to get their name stamped in the flag. Right now, the most popular of that side is the Ethan Klein side, because Ethan Klein, his name, who is spoken glory upon high, the ratepayer himself, creating a demonstration of what it looks like when those people who are used to never getting attacked inside of their bubble, inside of that structure of Twitch, demonstrates what happens when you allow something like Amazon to allow a company to not be held to a fiduciary standard of ensuring that a platform is held to the same rules as everyone else. You have a bunch of people who are raking money in on the top end. Everybody else who is beneath them can't make views, because in order to become popular in that sphere of influence, you have to suck the cock of OTK and the cock of Reddit. If you don't suck Reddit cock and you don't make live stream fail clips where you're getting monetized and shouted out and doing collab streams with these bigger figures, then you don't have the ability to grow on Twitch, since that market share is an ever smaller and smaller gap. Meanwhile, the market share of Kick is rising and rising, because they've been able to remake their image and deal with the fact that it is a platform for adult content creators. Sure, in the past, if you got banned on Twitch, you wait to Kick naturally, but the Zerkas of the world, they're getting removed from Twitch because nobody wants, Kick.
Getting removed from Kick.
Nobody wants to be with the guy who, that when he's in his drama, because I broke this on my podcast, the Fried Chicanery podcast, currently in deputy hiatus for the time being. When you have people like Zerka bragging at a party that he's talking to an underage woman, people can clearly see she's underage. You ask her what age she is, she says that she's under the age of 18, and Zerka's over there in the camera smugging to it, being like, "No, we gonna tap it anyways, chat." You can't have that. You can't have that kind of antic on the platform, because then that becomes the face of your entire group movement and the creators that are on your platform.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of websites that try to like portray themselves as like free speech, is that you get people like the Zerkas that are just irredeemable scumbags, and they eventually become the face of your platform, and then they tank it. So Kick was making the smart decision by getting rid of trash without, you know, sacrificing their like morals.
I see Kick as like brilliantly Machiavellian. They got big on like this kind of content that like no one else would allow. They became the place for it, and then when they got a big enough profile that they could start like expanding, they completely ditched all of them. Like, all these IRL streams, they still have the gambling stuff, right? But they're putting it in the basement, and like all this degenerate shit they got big with, and it's like, okay, well we now have like market share. All right, bring in like the regular streamers, bring in like the VTubers and Asmongold and all that shit,
and then send we'll Johnny Somali to the gulag.
Yeah. It's Machiavellian, but it's like I can't cry for the people that they're screwing over.
The way that I look at it, because I recently looked at that interview that Devin Nash did with the Kick leadership, basically they just fell into this marketplace share from all the people that were being misabused and handled by Twitch. Because all of these people, and most of us here, even on YouTube, and whatever platform you use, doesn't really matter, Kick, YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok, we're being subjugated to TOSs and EULAs that treat us like we're all perpetual children. You have to censor everything you say. You need to sanitize your speech. You need to be brand friendly so you can try to gain algorithm and sell money on your TikTok shop to try to get people to buy your merch, buy your content. That's not what normal people want to do. They want to be able to actually hang out with friends. They want to be able to talk about basic things without having to censor their words. And they want to be treated like grown adults, that when they talk about grown adult conversations, they don't have to check the button that says only for a mature audience, because it shouldn't matter. And I shouldn't have to worry about some dumb autist on Twitch that then looks at my stream, then retweets it to their personal friends in their harassment Discord to then stream snipe my stuff. I shouldn't have to go through the rigmarole of figuring out who's doing what and figure out where my clip went viral because I'm being taken out of context. That's ultimately what Kick had to deal with. Because for every single Asmongold, you have 100 Ice Poseidons that are crypto rug pulling their audiences. For every single Tectone, because he's a recent come over, because he's gotten fucked over by the EHD drama in the form of the Hassan Orbiters and waiting room streamers attacking him, Denims, Frogan, and the rest of them, you know, Jabba the Hutt. When you get somebody like Tectone in, for every Tectone, you've got like maybe 10 Nick Mercs and 100 legendary Lees that, sure, they made a name for themselves being the old culture of Twitch that basically got imported into the live stream of Kick because it's Justin TV reborn in a new body. But that didn't necessarily mean that they were always for it. It was just simply trying to develop the space and understand what rules they had to work through and what they had to go by in order to function as a company. And it wasn't so much that they just jettisoned all these people once they had no more use for them, because if that was the case, then they wouldn't have kept people like Trainwreck, even though he's a founding member of the website. They wouldn't have allowed people for XQC. They wouldn't have allowed certain figures that, even to his own right, Destiny would have been able to, because you don't have the DGX, the Dalabon Stock Exchange, come through and make.
But they really did cast aside.
There are some that they
especially the IRL streaming that was. Like, Kick used to be known for the IRL streaming.
That's the craziest thing, though. Because the IRL streaming is the biggest contention, that is the biggest market share danger. Because you've got people live streaming themselves, breaking laws, speeding through red lights, and doing the craziest shit imaginable, not just the nuisance streamers. Like, they can't keep that. Like, by all means, you could say, like, oh, it's making them popular, buku dollars. Carl, they're clearly backstabbing them. No, that's... How do I frame this? Do you know about Streamer University and the fallout that happened from that behind?
Yeah, no, I remember all that. Look.
Yes.
I'm not. I really don't know if we're arguing something here. Like,
No, I'm agreeing with you, and I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, what they did was smart. And,
Yes.
like, I find it funny these days how things that we would find distasteful have been sort of our heroes. Like, Kick with their, like, it's built off of, like, casino money, and they got their market share by hosting a lot of fucked up shit. And now that's, like, the better Twitch, like, that you can actually go on and not get fucked over, and they treat you right. Like, by all accounts, like, if Kick's agreements with its talents and streamers are very good. It's kind of like with SNK's going through, like, they got bought up by the Saudi royal family. Ooh, Saudi and the Saudi Arabian, their oil money, Middle Eastern oil money, and it's over here basically saving gaming. And as they as the Saudi money absorbs esports, that's really going to kill a lot of the political posturing and identity politics capital in esports, because it's not going to be anymore like, we at X tournament value this community, and we want to be a safe and inclusive environment. Saudi Arabia wipes its ass with your safe and inclusive environment. And a lot of these guys, especially the fucking weeb prince, just want to go back to playing games. The weeb prince isn't going to respect your fucking pronouns. He don't give a shit. Like, and a lot of this stuff, like, 10 years ago, we would have been like, oh no, the Saudi royal family taking over, like, esports and our favorite video game company would be a nightmare scenario. And it's kind of the same thing with Kick, where it's like all these places that we thought were, like, the bad guys are saving our asses. They're the ones that are, like, with Twitter, the fucking Aspergic rocket ship man that was all about, like, environmental causes. Like, oh god, this guy, he's got autism, and he thinks that, like, electric cars are going to save the world. We're fucked. No, he's the guy that fixes social media. So it's just funny to me that a lot of places that we would have seen as the bad thing 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago are essentially fixing the internet, fixing hobbies left and right. God bless them. God bless these weirdos.
It's a positive consequence of breaking free of the leftist trap, because remember Pipa, Nopa, and Sopa, and all of the fear-mongering around how the internet was going to be destroyed, even though Ajit Pai is a dumbass. Yeah. And the way that he went about the things is a dumbass. It was that entire nature of, you're hearing from all of these people who you're supposed to trust from the days of Blip TV. They wouldn't lie to me, but no, they would lie to you. In fact, that they did for years. And fortunately, networks like that and information sources like that broke down when you saw revivals of G4 come back and then get tunneled because of people like Indiana Froskin or Black having a spurg in the middle of the show, being led by Adam Sessler of all people, that, no, we're going to let you do this. And then they had no recourse for the consequences that came after it. Before, we would have had to believe, we had to take their word for it, because there was no way for us to investigate it. Because back then, none of us knew how to do shit. We didn't know how to archive. We were just people that were in high school and middle school, depending on how old you are, that were just chilling, playing video games with our friends. We were just saying jokes and doing dumb memes and doing whatever online. And now some of us were either in our late 20s or early 30s. God forbid some of you be in your 40s. And you're watching the dead internet theory get proven time and time again, with a lot of the issues that created the never-ending scope of things like something awful, and then the attitude of something awful and its trolls remorse evolving into Reset Era, and then the never-ending trolls remorse of people like H-Bomber Guy and BreadTube and Cornbread Tube, and all of these different abject, literally who people that you're supposed to care about eventually just die off, and your favorites either become bigger, or you become fans of new creators like the VTubers and the entire VTubing scene kicking off, and then the VTweeters coming in and trying to take some capital and failing because they don't make anything or they don't broadcast anything, and all of the lol cows going and coming and going and coming and going. And what was the phrase we used to call that? Tart gum?
Sometimes coming on stream.
Yeah. all the tartar come that you can monetize from it, just freely flowing like a valley of milk and honey. Content everywhere you see it, because now you discover, oh, all those people that were bedroom feminists that we used to argue with, they're on TikTok now, and they haven't changed. They're easily monetizable. They're very dumb. Because if you look into that Dean Withers thing, you remember how that guy tried to basically get that dad doxxed because he said, I wouldn't let my kid be in a sexual situation because my child cannot consent, and he tried to frame it as though he was saying that he could monetize and like pimp his kid out. People like that, they're losing their career overnight. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
Well, now that all of the mechanisms that were in place that sort of forced these mentally ill people into power, essentially, are gone, and in the marketplace of ideas, they can't survive. They die.
Yes.
And it feels like we are on track back to the old days of the internet. Because, I mean, you're seeing people trying to grasp for power. I think that's why Visa, MasterCard, and all these, the coordinated effort, because it is an act of desperation. These are cornered animals. These are people that they want power and they believe they're entitled to it because they have the money, connections, and resources. So it is only a logical conclusion that they are the rulers. And it turns out, no, because the only way to be a ruler is you have to control individuals. It does not matter how much money you have. The money will not, like, it doesn't, you could have $1 bajillion and live in a compound with armored guards, and if 1 million fucking, unarmed people descended upon you, they would climb your gates, you'd shoot a bunch of them dead, but your guard can only shoot a few at a time, and all the ones he can't shoot are climbing the fence, they're crossing your property, they're tearing your shit up. A mass of people do not care about your power, resources, and title. And the internet was that until the corporations got involved, and I feel like these elements were allowed to run roughshod for a while because, boomers and not understanding and, not having laws in place to stop it. But we're starting to course correct, and I think what's really... I try not to get too super political in here, but I think what's really going to mark the end of the shit internet is President J.D. Vance. Because he knows.
President shit poster. The shit poster in chief.
He will be the first president that will be internet literate and will be tuned into internet culture. And he's going to know how to handle this shit. Obviously, he can't do anything unilaterally, but that will be the death knell for... And I think within 10 years, we're going to see the end of... the way that internet advertising works, the kind of the selling of your data. I think selling data is going to become illegal within maybe 7 years. Not within 7 years. I think in 7 years. Well, 7 years or more.
They'll have to have tight restrictions about how they do it, and they have to have your permission.
You'll have to opt in instead of opt out.
Not only will you here's what's going to happen. Not only will selling your information be an opt-in thing, but it's going to be a thing where you literally have to opt in. You can't just say, "Oh, it's in the terms of service." No, you literally have to click, "Yes, you can sell my data."
Terms of service are going to get reined in. I guarantee you.
Doxing is going to be made a federal offense. I strongly believe that in the next couple of years. It's already illegal in states like California.
Yes, 100%. That's going to happen, and I think. You're seeing the new generation because they were raised in the very leftist controlled. You're not allowed to do this. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. I've said this on the podcast before. The new generation coming up are going to be so fucking vulgar in a good way. It is going to be old internet all over again. Because you're going to have a whole new young generation that are going to think it's funny to say slurs, which it is. But they're going to think, I shit you not, within our lifetimes, when everybody on this podcast right now is like an old dude with kids and possibly grandkids, we will see some kind of whatever the successor to streaming or TV or whatever, we will see a show that just has fucking racial slurs in the title. That's where we're headed. It's going to happen and it's going to be glorious. And you could say, well, no, this. You can try to be black-pilled and pretend this isn't happening all you want. This is just pattern recognition. And as a shitload, just about every young man right now identifies as right-wing. And I say right wing in quotes, right? Because really the left right thing is kind of bullshit. But what would be considered and identified as right wing, the vast majority of boys and men right now are identified as that, like vast majority. And it's gonna get to the point where we're just gonna have like shit posting in government. I mean, we kind of already have that, but to a whole new extent once this generation grows up.
Publicly shitposting in public.
Publicly, like you are gonna have your local senator posting a Moon Man meme.
Your local army base, instead of simping in the DMs of an e-girl, they're gonna be posting racist memes of e-girls.
Yeah, they're gonna be putting like slur, insert your favorite slur here, Slayer, written on the side of their gun, and it's gonna be probably the slur that applies to their best friend because he thinks it's funny. Like, dude, look what I wrote on my gun.
It's gonna be Black Sun memes posted from the New Orleans National Federal Reserve.
Yes. Like when I was in high school, like I went to a high school that was like very kind of mixed. It was like it was not in the bad neighborhood. I got out of the bad neighborhood, but it was like adjacent to the bad neighborhood. So it was a bunch of people that also got out of the bad neighborhood. So I had a lot of 2 years of high school. I was one of the popular kids, and it was very multiracial kind of groups that I would hang with. And I'm telling you right now, we would just call each other slurs for fun. That's just how we would respond.
You can just do things.
You could just do things. We would do it all the time. Like, he'd call me slur, I call him a slur back, and we would laugh. And that is because that's what we would do in that era when, like, there was no one to tell us not to do it and nobody cared. And now that the people telling you not to do it are losing power, and it is now seen as a virtue to not care, you're going to have that on a global scale. You're going to have that where we're probably going to have better race relations and everyone's going to drop slurs. And no one's going to it's like what happened with like retard and like other slurs that YouTube probably won't let me say, but that are a bundle of sticks. Like a bundle of sticks basically lost meaning. It just means someone that annoys me on a great level.
Yeah, South Park did that perfectly in that episode where they changed the meaning to a bunch of annoying bikers.
Yeah. I think someone put it best. It changed its definition to petulant mincer. Like anyone you would imitate by going, yeah, that's what it means. That's going to happen to racial slurs in like, I'd say 20 years. It's like, no one's going to care. They're just going to throw them around willy-nilly, meaning, because you think about it, it's already happened. Like, holy cow is a slur. Holy cow. You think like, oh, that's the nice way to say holy. You can't even say holy crap. You say holy cow. Holy cow was mocking Buddhists back in like the 30s, 40s, whatever. Whereas like, well, I can't say the Lord's name in vain because like America's super Christian right now and Bible thumpy is shit. And saying like holy shit or whatever, or oh my god, that's like that's not tasteful. You don't say that in good company. Let's have a laugh at those silly Buddhists who worship cows. Holy, instead of oh my god, holy cow. That's where it comes from. It's a slur. And it just became used so much. No, it's not. You're trying to say today that's a slur, people are going to think you're annoying and call you a bundle of sticks because you're being a bundle of sticks. Like, that's how this shit works. And it's going to happen again. And I think it was already on track to happen if this social justice kind of, like, leftist, commie, socialist movement didn't get the stranglehold that it did for as long as it did. I think we would already be there. But we're like, okay, we got off track for a while. We're back on track, but we're not back on track completely yet. But it is 100% heading there.
I would argue that this has already happened because our generation, meaning those that are currently 25 to 35, we've already lived through it. We were either raised by single mothers, our children of divorce, are from nuclear family households that tried to put people under various forms of restrictions of free will, and or have just grown up and thought the way that I was raised is not the way that I'll rear my own children should I wish to have a family. If you're a double income, no kids, and you are capable of dealing with your problems and you're not some kind of kooky person, by all means, be blessed, beloved. This does not apply to you. But for every person between the ages of 25 to 35, almost all of us already don't like that to begin with anyways, and make fun of them in mixed company in places where those people have no power to begin with.
Yeah.
The children the children underneath us that are 24 to, let's be conservative and say 16. The children that are 24 to 16 that are currently being told that being trans is cool and they're not transgender and they don't have the dysphoria that needs to go alongside being genders and they're not AGP, they're just transgenders. They're like, what is that guy's name? The pedantic romantic. They present themselves in a particular...
he does that because he got a fucking... That's some, like, autogynephilia mixed with a lesbian fetish. Like, he's got that Andrew Dobson lesbian...
Yes,
fetish.
100%. I don't know why my brain pulled on that one. That was a deep cut just then.
Yeah. I remember that guy.
He's got that
shit on him back in the day.
He's got that same shit that Jimquisition currently has, or as or as Shlee calls herself, Stephanie. The same shit Stephanie's got.
Yeah, I don't think. I think you're right. I don't think it's like actually, that they see themselves as trans. I think it's that they want to goon to themselves.
It's like if it's not AGP, it's a political move to appear more to appear more popular.
They put on the programmer socks because that's an easy path to get popular rather than like an actual clinical diagnosis.
It's a power play. It's social credit, social power over people.
Yes, it's
the entire reason Sonic Fox does the they-them shit. There's nothing Sonic Fox does that is not male. He doesn't even, won't even correct you half the time if you call him he. He just does the they-them shit wearing the trans flag because that's a form of acquiring social power.
Right. He's getting Reddit gold because he's, using different pronouns and, wearing the pastel flag and shit. And the sad part is that the trans people don't even like realize they're being taken advantage of. They're literally like, what's the thing with retard? It's like, what is it? Like, it's like, oh, my disability is not your whatever. Like that's literally what they're doing. That's literally what they're doing. They're wearing your like mental illness as a fucking cloak. Yeah.
Yeah. Like some of them do know that it's happening because it's kind of like the LGB. It's the LGB remove the T, where they are very unhappy with the way that the transgenders have used their victimhood as a status and as a spear to stab every single person. Or as Shark03 would say, bashing people over the head and using people's attitudes as a cudgel. When it's good for us, when the goose is good for the gander, it's good for us to do to you. Because by my rules, blah, 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 by your rules, blah, blah, blah. But when you do it to us, we're being victimized and you're also insulting us and you're also mocking us and blah, 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 blah. All that's bullshit. It's always been subterfuge. But they are aware that they're being used and that they are being made a fool by this group of people that don't understand the damage that they're both, one, doing to themselves personally, and two, that they're going to be doing to themselves in the future when it comes to defending themselves, because when they come for them, no one's going to want to protect them, specifically because they're acting like a bunch of Italian sticks. And all of that plays into the way that the current generation is starting to get a hold of this, which is TikTok. And even the decensorship, the decentrification of TikTok, where all those left-wing people ran to and basically owned the platform, ever since they changed the database over from the Chinese servers to, I think, a server over somewhere in Wisconsin or something, or one of the Dakotas, it's been a on-off switch that flipped. So, T-Spill, do you know about that leak that happened recently?
Yep.
The boxing tea party?
Yeah. I don't even call that a leak. That shit was practically out in the open.
It wasn't a leak because for it to be a leak, it requires to be secured. And unfortunately, the gay founder who made the app as a way to protect his mom from trying to text Wade Wilson, not Deadpool, the other Wade Wilson, the guy that women were simping over, the felon that murdered people. He made the app to try and protect his mom from trying to text and DM all of these predators online. And it just ended up being what we all knew it was going to be, which was a social media app where women spread gossip and rumors about people that they say they're trying to do it to look out for sisterhood because they're trying to
just women.
Don't
bury the lead. Not just women. Ratchets.
Ratchets.
The uggos, the medium uglies, all those other words that you described us, the chopped women. As they attack the quote chopped men. All of these women that expose themselves in a leak never since seen as stupid as the original Fallout 76 leaks and the Ashley Madison leaks that was then given away by the hackers that specifically told them, come clean or we're going to show how you fucked people. And ironically enough, had government employees just like then who were cheating on their spouses, exposing themselves and making unsecure entire places of business and work with their government IDs and their selfies attached to their profiles, all so that they could call some guy that they didn't like gay because he didn't want to hit on them because he was told by all the men in his workplace that they cracked all these women in the business before he even got there. So of course he wasn't going to fuck with the chicken head because he wasn't interested in fucking with the thought. All these women found out in real time that talking shit on the internet actually does have actions and consequences. It's just that, like you said, it had to happen very slowly. But ever since then, people like myself, people like accounts like John Cannon, accounts like The Older Millennial, accounts like Jagger, accounts like Lynn Greenhorn, called Green Calend, people like The Advocate, and a couple of other strangle holdovers that come from the TikTok era that have made their home on YouTube the same way that the old Vine creators made their home on YouTube back then, like the Rudy Masculanis and the King Batches of old. They're starting to realize that they can speak freely more on YouTube and on Twitter while also monetizing and double dipping across the pond. Because these women had to find out in real time that no, men and dusties and incels didn't sabotage you. You sabotaged yourself trying to control the news narrative. And now everybody knows where you live. And they also know that you give bad head.
I think it was the funniest part for me was when they found like how many of them had like signed up for the app at their like and shit. How many like what was it? Like politicians' mistresses or whatever it was, like people's mistresses.
Yeah, like little pings on like the mansions of like major politicians in foreign countries and shit.
Yeah, again, it was all the kind of people like
women working at top secret military bases, getting like a ping. Oh, yeah,
a secret military site. Just got outed because you hired a thought. This is why
War Thunder. What? Oh, sorry, it's just force of habit.
Like
this is why Pete Hegseth came in. This is exactly the kind of shit.
Like these leaks are worse. Somehow they are worse than the Ashley Madison leaks of old.
Oh yeah, no, like the shit that it unearthed was like Ashley Madison, like fucked up some families. This shit like unearthed secret military sites. And it was less secure. And all because bitches wanted to talk shit and thought no one would find out. Yeah. I think it's a beautiful time. It's a beautiful time, and it's only gonna get better. And I'm ready for it.
Personally, for me, the part that was very good about the T-Spill is that somebody then made a website. I could never get the thing to work on my browser, but they made a website called T-Spill where you compared the ugly women to each other, and you rated who was the worst and who was the best. And what we eventually found out was all of the Instagram thoughts and all of the TikTok monetizers were amongst the top 50, and all the people in the bottom 50, well, let's just say they were of a burnished complexion. And they happened to come from a particular tax bracket that was under lower middle class.
Look. I think I can say this where I grew up and with present company. When black women are ugly, they're really fucking ugly.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that black women can't be queens.
No, they can. They absolutely 100%. But it is like a special. Yeah. It's like a racial trait, like in D&D. Like they like their pretty ugly slider goes farther. In the one direction, like you can it's like you can make their charisma negative. Yeah, it's like how Brazilian women get like extra hot. Like you can make them go past everyone else's limit. Black women, the other direction. Like when their ugly slider goes farther. Like again, there are absolutely gorgeous black women, but man, do they have the potential to go absolute physical goblin mode?
Yes. So I'm not saying that black women can't be queens, but I am saying these black women are orcs.
Yeah,
They're not.
the orcs.
They're not half. They're not half. They are orcs. I'm explicitly telling you that these are orcs.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's really,
absolutely.
and it's really sad.
And of course they're on there because everyone knows when you've seen a woman that reaches that level of ugly. Like I think white women can get there too, but they need a little meth. You know what I mean? Like
A little bit.
You get them a little meth, and they can drop past the limit on that end of the slider. And like whenever a woman's on that end, I've never seen a really really ugly woman that wasn't awful. I think it's like in nature this already happens. Like if an animal is poisonous, it alerts you, and people always bring up, oh yeah, the bright red hair. No. So you're missing the forest for the trees. Nature is warning you of a poisonous, toxic person. How many times have you seen a dude that gets arrested for having child porn? You look at him and say, yep, he looks like a guy who has child porn. He looks like, you look at his face. Shitty people look like shitty people. I'm not saying that all beautiful people are good people, but like when you're shitty, it shows physically. That's why, again, I believe in karma. It does affect you. When you're a piece of shit, it will affect you. And if you keep being a piece of shit, eventually you'll die of dementia.
Suddenly, a racist sits up in his chairs and says, "Grandpa, we can finally break out the calipers."
Well, like if you see someone's just got a ghoulish face, it's that Roald Dahl image, you know. Like even if someone's fat, like and got kind of like weird teeth, you can still tell if they're not bad people. You can still just see it. And like if you're ghoulish, you become a ghoul. Like you compare George Soros physically to Betty White.
It's the Nanny McPhee effect.
Yeah, you could just tell. And it's like you look at the T app, and it's further proof. Look how ugly these. We know they're ugly on the inside. They're because they're just using this app in the first place. You know, the majority of women. There might be women that got the app for innocent reasons, right? But you know, a lot of it, the regular user base did not. And the ones that are the regular user base physically look awful. And it's like that is nature itself is telling you, stay away from this woman. Doesn't matter how horny and desperate you are, doesn't matter how drunk you are. Stay away. See this fucked up face and the gnarly teeth and the misshapen the fucking the mouth that juts out forward all weird. Like that's nature telling you, don't. You gotta stay back. Don't get involved with this one. It's gonna be a problem.
For me, the thing that was pretty obvious, or rather the thing that was really obvious when you start correlating it, if you start correlating the users of the T-Spill to the users that are getting quoted by Homath, there is a very direct line correlation between women who are clearly going to the social media apps to vent about their storytime dating stories and are pulling L's in the dating market, and people who keep getting quoted by Homath because they demonstrate the problem that you're currently narrating, and that ultimately that creator, Homath, has been always correct on, no matter how many times he redraws all of his different life coaching pieces of content. Because if you've ever noticed when he posts on Twitter, he does the exact same thing that he will do on his YouTube and TikTok shorts, but he's basically doing it from a political angle these days. I believe he's always been doing that, but it's much more blatant now. Like in his V3 version of his drawings, everything correlates alongside where all of us, if you've been paying attention to the stories and the narratives and the dramas that these women are constantly on top of. I once narrated this on one of my TikTok shorts that I then took to YouTube. At first, it started out as the lonely man epidemic. I remember that you were talking about this when I came in.
Yeah.
It started with the lonely man epidemic. Men were lonely, but they were lonely because most of these men were finding out that they couldn't properly have proper friend relationships with women because most of these women were crazy fucking bitches. So they just did something that we used to do in the back in the olden days called MGTOW, men going their own way. It wasn't that they were just explicitly announcing it; they were just fucking off. They were just going and making hobbies, doing things. Then women got mad because there were not enough men yelling at them, acting like, quote, incels. So then it went from male loneliness epidemic to a male loser epidemic. I can't find a man who matches to my level. They can't rise to my standards. I'm a boss babe. I'm making all this money.
To be fair, there are a lot of loser dudes these days.
There
Like,
is.
It is. I think the worst of each sex is playing off each other and making the problem worse. Because
I
like
agree.
you say like women are doing this, not really women. It's a specific brand of narcissistic wannabe girl boss.
It's not
And
just
it's affecting especially low confidence, sort of mentally weaker men. Where how many times have you seen a guy like, this is why I prefer 2D women, and they post like a horror story from Reddit? Obviously this is not happening all the time. Obviously these women that like, I used to love him and then he cried in front of me and he, now I can't see him the same way. Obviously these aren't normal. But
Yes.
like you're like,
You got to be a Giga Chad like Pulp fan to be like, I love 2D women. It's like, why? Because.
Yeah, it's like you're using this to justify your problems while they're using you to justify their problems, and it's like it's just creating this. It's like two shitty bats fighting each other with echolocation, just screaming at each other, and it just bounces back at them, and their scream bounces back at them over and over and over again.
Yes, I agree with you. I was getting there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the women, they get mad at these men and the legitimate incels that exist out in the world. So the Kenologies of the world that say, I can't find a man who loves me because all of these men in England, they just wank off to Miss Sonia Black anal porn, and I don't want a man who wants ash juice covered funny cock. And then out of nowhere comes Chud Logic saying, hey babe, I heard you were in my DMs. And these two people have their upsetism, and she then has to do a whole live stream where she talks back to it. And then people like me call out the fact that she's a volcel. And then you have a bunch of other people across the pond that are just upset and angry at the gender in general. A bunch of fucking losers like FD Signifier saying, I hate conservatives, they're like this and they be like this when white people do stuff. Yeah, black people of different types on the other end of things doing the exact same thing. People like Ole and friends doing the exact same rigmarole in the fucking Watusi two-step. You got both sides when it gets to the male loser epidemic that, yeah, there are female losers and there are male losers. But there's a lot more of them that are realizing, you know what, I'm actually a loser and I need to stop complaining and blaming other people for my problems. Because I have been here alone and now I need to start doing something with myself. And clearly hating myself isn't going to solve my problems. Let me just go to the fucking gym and find friends. Oh my god, all these men, they're so big and they like anime. They might even be gay. Hi guys, how are you doing? Can I be in your friend circle? And slowly, they start depleting themselves of their favorite targets because they're actually improving their lives while they change nothing. So then they have to keep antagonizing the male gender and antagonizing the female gender because if you agree that they aren't that, then it's like, maybe these women are the problem, but that can't be that. Actually, you're just intimidated by a strong woman. You're a dusty incel, despite being a married man. So
Yeah,
eventually,
I think we're kind of reaching a point where a lot of the guys that were kind of pushed away and the girls that were pushed away by this, that, and the other are starting to normalize the fuck back out, and the extremes of both sides are locked the fuck in, and because they're losing their support system from the less extreme, they're doubling down and getting more retarded.
Yes. And then eventually it gets to where the biggest part of this entire thing that led up to the ski spill, they start making it a war of the mids. Mids themselves, that if you put a male face on their female bodies, become instant -2s and 3s, or saying, oh, these men, if I was a man, I would be the hottest man ever. And it's like, no, you wouldn't be. No, girl, come off it. No,
you'd be as freaky looking with the other set of genitals as you do now.
You'd have a fucked up overbite and you'd have a comb over and you'd look like you touch kids. For real.
You wouldn't turn into like Prince Charm if you were a man. You'd look like Linkara. Get off. You'd be egg shaped.
Well, that's why you see a lot of the women that transition to men, like God, what's the actress's name? God damn it.
Ellen Page.
Ellen Page, yeah. That you see them, and as girls, they're not half bad, but then they become guys and they're just busted ass dudes, and it's just like, yeah, that's See, you lose your female privilege, and you know, all of a sudden, you're just another like short guy with a busted ass face that looks goofy.
Yeah.
It's like it's the female to male equivalent of getting the buccal injections into your face. All of these young women that have such beautiful appearances and beautiful perceptions of themselves as younger get convinced by other women that they need to get these buccal lip injections and ear injections and cheek injections, and suddenly they all look like fucking Skeletor. Every single one of them. The most recent example, I think, being the actress for Wednesday, and then before her, Anya Taylor-Joy, and then
Jenna Ortega.
Yeah, and a bunch of other people across the way. And it's like, why are you making yourself look like fucking Skeletor? We don't find this attractive. Meanwhile,
I think a lot of it's mental issues. It's the same thing that kind of fucked over Michael Jackson. It's you know, you're not seeing in the mirror what is real.
Yeah.
You're seeing like your own mental issues.
Yeah,
in the mirror.
and you see it a lot with people that they'll get like a particular like dysmorphia about their body or whatever, and other people just like they cannot convince them that it's like, no, you're fine, and it's like, but they won't listen. You have to have like somebody has to like snap them out of this like fantasy where it's like, no, actually you're perfectly fine. You know, you've let your mental issues convince you of something that just isn't real.
Yeah, they don't have they're either not married or they don't have a committed partner that has the Piers Brosnan effect. They're not an architect. They didn't build every single bit of cellulite and varicose vein from the bottom up.
Just the way they like it.
and then when they're looking at themselves in the mirror at night nude, they come in, they just wrap their arms around him. It's like, there's nothing you need to change, baby. You're exactly how I want you. And they accept it because it's like, I've never felt wanted like this. And half of them do it just because of that perspective alone. Because they're forever searching for that affection. And the young guys are told.
Okay, I gotta say, we gotta start wrapping it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Liara, but Cerberus designed Miranda's ass to be perfect for me. I'm sorry. I have to go with the humans. I have to go with Cerberus, Liara. Sorry.
I feel more shit revving up, and it's like, we got it.
We do gotta wrap it up. And I do have to read the super chats because there's a bunch back here that's backlogged.
Go for it.
All right. So Tomak for $10 says, so how many of those guys never got over Renamon? Oh God, I remember when that became a thing, when cursed Renamon art was a thing. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, like, a lot of, because you remember the furries and the anime fandom were the same fandom.
Yes, they were for a long time.
It's basically Dante and Virgil now at this point. And there's a lot of like this kind of shit where it's like, again, I see the hardcore, I gotta show how much I hate furries more than the next guy, and I'm like, so is it Renamon? Is it Luna? Is it Crystal from Starfire? Who is it? Who got you that you feel like you gotta be on a crusade to save yourself? Because you saw somebody, you said, I'm not a furry but, and now it haunts you.
You always got to ask them. All right, who did it? Who done did it to you?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. Who haunts you?
Here's this one's from Ko-Fi for $10. Sometimes you got to troll a streamer with a video link, and I'm not gonna read that, but it's there on the screen. You can just post the image of Kendrick Lamar. Hey Drake, post it right there. Tomak for 20 says, as a man greater than me once said, we must all come together or we will come separately. Benjamin Franklin probably. And Tomak for $10 said, the Edge of Coin speech in Soul Reaver 2 is at such a level of peak, I don't think we have met it in the past decade. All right, we're cat off with super chats.
There is a line. There is a line. And that other speech is the hate me honestly speech.
Yeah. That was a speech that told Neil Druckmann, I got to get rid of this woman because I ain't going to be able to top her.
Mm-hmm. Keep them coming.
I think is that all?
That was it. That was the last one.
Yeah.
Unless Tomak slips it in real quick, as he's wont to do sometimes.
All right. Well, I think that about wraps it up.
Yeah, we're about the 4 hour mark, so we didn't do a 6-7 hour epic this time. But I want to thank SinglePlayerCarl for hopping on the podcast with us and just shooting the shit. You can find him. Here's his Twitter. It's Caramel Cajun on x.com/Caramel Cajun. You can find him on YouTube as SinglePlayerCarl, and he also has a Twitch. Oh, Tomac gifted memberships. Tomac sent out 5 memberships to people in the chat. He gave a gift to Cody, which Cody doesn't really need one. He's my co-host. Nerdy Texan Accountant, Nico Fox, Rivian Azur, Carlos Estrada. I think that was it. Cody got one, Nerdy Texan Accountant, Nico Fox, Rivian Azur, and Carlos Estrada. Very cool, very epic, Tomac. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And we're going to be very cool. And we're going to be doing a membership stream sometime soon. I'm not really sure what the topic's going to be, but we're going to do it. We're going to start trying to do these more regularly, especially when it's like off the wall stuff that's not about like anime or whatever, where we can just shoot the shit and talk about anything.
Yeah.
She mentions that we should have Jay on in the future one day because she is also funny. Funnily enough, because this was a tweet that I sent out with this picture, the picture amongst the pictures that I gave you for you to use for my avatar, this particular one was born of a joke between myself and what Jay calls the Long Boys. Myself, Alana Mulatto, which is Jack, Burst Angel at Burst Angel 15, and then Jay herself. It was born from a joke where we were having a conversation about DC Comics. There was a particular frame of an edit that came out of a conversation we were having on camera, and some way it ended up with me becoming an edit of that frame that you then use for the thumbnail. So if you end up having her on, you would probably want to ask her about half the things that come up just as shitpost between the 4 of us, because it's like the same things that come up between people like Every Frame of Pause. Memes get born on those live streams.
Yes, just like we accidentally came up with Andy Yiffin's show.
Which I gotta remember to do that when I get home. I gotta remember to whip up. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I will have to do the Andy Yiffith show.
Yes.
So be sure to follow me over at twitter.com/BuyerWorks, BAIER so you're there when it drops.
But yeah, before the overly comical sized cartoon stick pulls me off stage left, you can find me at Caramel Cajun on Twitter and SinglePlayerCarl on all platforms where Carl and Carl related accessories can be sold. Become members of the of Negrohood, everyone. Become a part of the Negrohood HOA and become incognito like the rest of us.
All right, and next week on Friday, which is I want to say the 15th. Yeah, I'm right. Yes, it is the 15th. Yeah, Friday the 15th will be my graduation stream, which will just be a regular Anime Boomers episode, but we may have some other people that may pop in. We'll see who shows up. I'm going to ask a couple people, including a long promise that I've made to somebody else that they are allowed to come on the show. And I figure if I'm graduating, I might as well extend a bone.
I have an idea of who this is, and they're probably going to get the VOD killed.
Well, it wouldn't be. Well, that would be my luck. It was having a VOD get nuked.
The VOD of your graduation get nuked.
It would only be appropriate, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Right. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. As always, you can find this podcast anywhere podcasts can be found: Spotify, Apple Podcasts. I don't know any of the other podcast sites, but I'm sure they're lovely. You can also find us. We stream on Twitch. We stream on Kick. And those. For now, it's twitch.tv/thegatorgamer and kick.com/gatortime. We also stream on X on my account, x.com/thegatorgamer. We'll figure something out after my graduation, how that's gonna work. Yes, but I am of course the Gator Gamer. You can find me for now on X at x.com/thegatorgamer, at least until I graduate, in which that account will be repurposed to be more of like a talking about the show and less about me spurging on Twitter. As I am wont to do from time to time. All right, everybody. Well, that's the end of our show. We will see you next week for the graduation stream, which let me pull the at least the thumbnail for right now. That's the thumbnail for right now for people that either tuned in late and didn't see it or are still here. All right. All right, peace everybody. Peace. And see you guys next time.
Adios.
Let me cue up the music.